Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is a pretty big day. Yeah, it's Technology Thursday, and I have been working on doing my show against all odds, and we even run through a VPN, a virtual private network, when we do the show. And today, my entire cooking show is completely DDoSed, and it's becoming more and more difficult to do broadcasts. When we take a remote camera and do a show, because these people that want to stop me are willing to attack the virtual private network that we broadcast on, so that they simply want to keep us from actually getting the word out. But we still jumped in and we did a show from our Ethernet using technology to its fullest and bypassed their attack, which is great. I have all kinds of options, fallback plans that I can work with. But obviously getting the story out is our primary goal. Now, the attack on the shoreline of the modified weather hurricane called Dorian continues to pound Carolinas. I believe it's an artificially engineered hurricane. It's one of only 3 hurricanes that have ever faced oncoming prevailing wind. Sandy was one, there was one 2 years ago, and then this one, Dorian. It becomes a Carolina problem with a fierce lashing of the coast after assaulting the Bahamas, and we saw the pictures yesterday. It was absolutely horrible. The Bahamas have never normally been hit by hurricanes, and man, they were wiped out. There's talk among the internet that there were a couple Chinese facilities destroyed with this hurricane. So that makes me wonder, are they weaponizing these hurricanes? Are they using them to take out Chinese facilities in the Bahamas? Is our government up to this, or is some other government up to this? Who's really behind hurricanes that are seemingly coming from nowhere and going into prevailing winds? It's never been seen in history before, and this one's seemingly taking forever. It's one of the slowest moving hurricanes in history. Charleston, South Carolina, after its deadly rampage across the Bahamas and brush of the Florida coast, Hurricane Dorian pounded the coastal Carolinas on Thursday, sowing fear and worry. From the elegant streets of downtown Charleston to the jigsaw puzzle that is North Carolina's barrier islands. Now, there's a major nuclear reactor in Port Lucie. Now, that's potentially a problem. Yeah, a nuclear reactor is in the wake of this hurricane. And we're going to find out if Port Lucie's nuclear reactor is safe tomorrow. But that's going to be another nonstop concern of people. We got hit more than we have in other storms, but anybody familiar with Charleston would probably agree that we got very fortunate yet again. So apparently it's only about a Category 2. Hurricane bands were just starting to be felt. 105 mile per hour winds. All right, so the reason I think that this is an artificial hurricane is because there's a couple of signs that we picked up last night, real live video of the photographs of a guy flying into the eye of the hurricane. It was shocking, actually. We were looking at that last night, but I don't have it queued up for you right now. But yeah, the eye of the hurricane had a strange aberration. There was like almost rods in the sky, and we saw that. We'll get to that later tonight. Meanwhile, another big story that's seemingly going nowhere is the evidence that Jeffrey Epstein is, in fact, alive. This photograph was taken right outside about 6 days ago, his location at St. James Island, after they did a clean sweep of the area looking for damage. This is video that was uploaded showing footage of the Epstein Island, and this is one of the many videos right after Dorian kind of slightly touched it. But you can see some damage on the building right there. You see from Dorian. Okay, same date, different upload. A guy noticed as they were touring over the island that Jeffrey Epstein was out there with his friend, a black guy, I guess his worker, surveying the damage. And they got up close and very close and pulled it in, and the black guy saw he looked right up there and he waved at the camera, and Jeffrey Epstein didn't look up until right about, he puts his arm across his chest, and then he looks up in just a second at 2:39. right about now. So that's him looking up at the sky, and we're going to try to close in on that picture. It is it's going to be difficult. We're going to have to use some high-end equipment, but there is a full picture of him in this position, looking straight up. So we're going to have to get better resolution on his face, but I'm convinced it's him. And when you look at the photographs from a distance, it definitely appears to be him. The photograph of Jeffrey Epstein, the death picture, it just doesn't add up. It's not him. It's some imposter. And then there's eyewitnesses from the scene that said that somebody was shuttled out at 4:30 in the morning, got out of the prison secretly, a guy with green khakis on and a van pulled him out and put some imposter in. That's a story that's just not going to go away. It's going to continue to linger for years until the government actually does something. I think we need to look into the connection between William Barr and Jeffrey Epstein. Apparently, our Attorney General has some handling and dealings with him because his father got Jeffrey Epstein the job, the first job he ever got, teaching little girls. So our own Attorney General, William Barr, who I believe is acting very strangely, like he's really concerned about this, but hasn't done anything, not even a grand jury investigation into the terrible penitentiary system that allowed somebody to hang themselves, let alone not being Jeffrey Epstein.
That are deeply concerning and demand investigation.
Yeah.
The FBI and the Office of Inspector General are doing just that.
Yeah, they're not doing anything. And he needs to recuse himself because his father, Donald Barr, was the guy that hired Jeffrey Epstein at that prestigious Dalton Prep School for Girls, where Jeffrey Epstein didn't even have a degree in mathematics. He had dropped out of college and still got to teach high school girls physics and math. Really unbelievable. And now this connection has got to be an issue brought forth by our government. We're looking at blatant corruption, and William Barr is standing in the way of any oversight over the real effort to cover up Jeffrey Epstein still being alive, being out there at Jeffrey Epstein's island doing what he does best, molesting children, bringing in video of other older executives and congressmen involved with children, having all kinds of dirt on people. He's obviously an intelligence asset that they're protecting. We are looking at the backbone of corruption in America right now. And it wasn't through happenstance. Pizzagate, the WikiLeaks reveal, all of these stories are gradually making us see that there's something not right in our government. Thank you. What can we do about it? Nothing, but talk about it. Our hands are tied. That's why I keep pushing for a third party, because the two parties are not going to assemble a case against Jeffrey Epstein again. They're going to accept the status quo that he's dead. He's not dead. He's out there doing the same thing he was doing before and getting away with it. These people who run the world are laughing at us. They know they can acquire children to molest. They know that they can do whatever they want and get other people in compromising positions and use that against them to blackmail our politicians. They know that. They realize they're able to do this. And you're just allowing them to do it by not building a third party. By endorsing the two parties, which are already corrupt, we're simply allowing this entire problem to persist, and frankly, it's going to turn into something worse. Because if they're willing to molest children, they're more than willing to kill you. Hello, what's Thursday night? Beer? Yeah. I couldn't do a dinner show, but Sarah made the shrimp farfalle herself. More word about Ghislaine Maxwell. There's some stories that say she's going to do a complete document dump. 2,000 items will be dumped on the World Wide Web related to Epstein. Makes you wonder if Ghislaine Maxwell, his madam, is getting protection or not. If she's out there on her own, an untethered person with top secret information, we could see something, and this story could stay alive. If Ghislaine Maxwell is not, she's just in hiding and that story's bogus, we're not sure. But either way, she's never been called out being the madam, and they dropped the entire criminal case against Jeffrey Epstein. They've completely shut it down. The civil case may still go on, but it won't require Ghislaine Maxwell. She won't even be called to testify. She's testified already in front of court, so no one knows where she is. She posted a picture from In-N-Out Burger that was deemed fake. People found all kinds of photo archive or anti-aliasing images that were from a photoshopped copy that she had pasted into an In-N-Out Burger sign, claiming she was sitting there. All of that story is still very suspicious. She wasn't an In-N-Out Burger. Where is she? We don't know. Okay. Now, back to the big news. Trump called Fox News correspondent into Oval Office to argue he wasn't wrong about Alabama. Now, Trump, we saw, stood right in front of the map and showed us how the storm was headed to Alabama, and now he can't even accept the fact that he was wrong. Can you believe this? The guy won't even admit he's wrong. It did go up the coast and headed toward North Carolina, but he's now claiming he called Fox News correspondent into the Oval Office to argue he wasn't wrong. Yeah. It's like, okay, he can't be wrong. I mean, it's like he's got a personal problem where he can't be wrong.
President Trump is now on day 5 of insisting Alabama was in the path of Hurricane Dorian.
That was the original chart.
After being ridiculed for displaying a forecast map altered by a black marker to prove his point, Trump tweeted today that Alabama was going to be hit or grazed, and then Hurricane Dorian took a different path. He now says he was referencing early predictions when he claimed Alabama could be impacted.
I know that Alabama was in the original forecast.
But he first made that assertion Sunday, long after the state was ruled out as a potential target. While the Gulf Coast was shown as a possible threat for Dorian's track in early projections, by Friday, the guidance had shifted to Florida's east coast, 2 days before Trump said this.
This just came up, unfortunately.
The president canceled a trip to Poland to monitor the storm, and the White House said he was being updated every hour, meaning he would have known that information. Instead of admitting the error and moving on, Trump is insisting he's right, even tweeting out projections last night from over a week ago with dated information. The spaghetti models the president is using as a defense are updated 4 times a day, meaning by the time Trump made this claim Sunday,
Alabama could even be in for at least some very strong winds. And something like that it could be.
they had been updated at least 15 times. It's against the law to knowingly issue or publish a false weather forecast, though right now both FEMA and NOAA are referring all questions back to the White House, where aides are refusing to say who it was that altered the map and won't rule out that it was the president.
You're fired. Whoever handled the map was fired. Everyone in my office, including Madeline, you're fired. What are you doing here, Madeline? I fired you last week. As you can see, this is clearly a hoax created by Disneyland. That's right. I see Mickey Mouse is on the map, so clearly this was made by Disneyland. Yes. I mean, now, he won't admit error ever.
I don't know.
He is so pompous, and he won't admit error. It's like a man who will never admit he's wrong. That is a dangerous man. This sounds scripted, really? I'm not reading off a script. Thanks, Dr. Meow. So how did it turn out? Oh, look at that. How do you feel?
Very comfortable.
Well, perfect. You look fantastic.
Okay.
Wow. That's beautiful. Good job. You're like a princess. This is clearly a hoax. The whole Alabama thing was really where the hurricane was going. Everything else is fake news, even the North Carolina winds and the Bahamas, that's all fake news. Alabama is really the one that heavy winds are going. Obviously, Donald Trump has a college degree. His dad made a very sizable donation to Wharton, and they gave Donald a degree in business. Yeah. So he is degreed up. Don't worry. He paid good money for that degree. I know, they said publishing a false weather forecast is illegal, but accepting bribes from Russian oligarchs, that's not. Obstructing justice by wanting to fire Mueller, according to Dan McGahn, that's not illegal. It's okay to obstruct justice in this particular instance where Donald Trump is involved, and it's okay to collude with Russia. That's right. Or shall I say, have a conspiracy with Russia. And it's okay for Donald Trump to be blackmailed by Russia. According to Mueller, they blackmailed him with that sex tape, which you Republicans say, oh, it's all fake news. No, there's no sex tape. Yeah, there is a sex tape. And they are blackmailing. They can still blackmail him. It's still in play. According to Mueller, that's what they did. And he said it wasn't under his purview. I mean, this is beyond incompetence. We're in a realm of rolling around the toilet bowl wondering which turd goes down first. Yes, it's true. Trump did want to nuke the hurricane in the early stages. And all the scientists looked at him going, what's wrong with you? That would spread nuclear radiation throughout the entire world. What could be wrong? Oh, well, we could nuke it. We could nuke the hurricane. It would stop it. Just stop the artificial weather modification, Donald. Donald, if you're listening, stop the weather modification. Pull their plug on the radio frequency control of the hurricane. 5G is inevitable, yes. Unfortunately, I'm against the 5G network simply because it hasn't been fully tested. And it does show it will kill off large groups of people. So I'm very concerned about it. That's why I'm proposing a 5G EMP Safe Plus program. The 5G Plus program will set up limiters on all the 5G transmitters so that there won't be any spike in electricity. And the EMP Safe system will build capacitors which will store energy so we can deal with an electromagnetic pulse if it's ever hit our country. This is a completely new plan I have for the 5G network that will be revised well into the future. I can't give you the specifics beyond what I've said because we actually need real intelligent people who know what they're talking about to promote the 5G network, not zealots like this guy.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
can profit. Yeah. He's a zealot. He has no concern about the safety of humanity. So Invidious has things that have been taken down off the internet. That's a pretty interesting channel you just discovered there. Misa, what's this? Thanks, Drag King. Well, a lot of YouTube videos that are banned now are showing up on BitChute. That's one thing they're posting on. And 153news.net still takes on lots of banned videos. I've got a few banned videos out there. Okay, speaking of frozen, are the ice caps floating in the ocean or like ice cubes in a glass? It's not going to overflow? Room service, that's a good question. I mean, we saw recently that the climate change is affecting Greenland and the ice there that's breaking up. The glacier ice is breaking up in Greenland. When asked about the climate change problem in Greenland, Donald Trump diverted to saying, oh, can we buy Greenland? So instead of answering the question about how ice caps are breaking up in Greenland, he simply said, oh, can we buy Greenland? And then it sparked about a week of controversy with the leader of Denmark. And she actually joked about it herself and actually suggested they should buy America. I think our president is really struggling with his intelligence. And not to seem differential to people who are suffering from intelligence problems, it's safe to say that if we have a president who's not quite clear on a lot of issues and struggles with grasping concepts like radiation is bad, therefore you don't want to hit the hurricane with it. If we had a president that was able to think in real time and not do damage control continuously for the mistakes he makes, we wouldn't have to deal with all this palabra coming out of the White House. Okay, running Plasma Mobile on the almost finished PinePhone. This is technology. Let's take a look. Thank you. Plasma Mobile is the interface, running on a fully open source driver and Blobless, it's called. Post-market operating system running on the PinePhone dev kit. Fascinating. It works. Isn't it amazing? It dials, it navigates, it opens up new files. It's Blobless. Open source operating systems are starting to become popular. I kind of like the non-committal nature of it, so you don't have to have one particular carrier. I think everyone's liking the flexibility of their phone plans now. I think even the cell phone companies have tried to meet the demand. You can export your numbers to new locations. There's that easy, just popping out a SIM card and putting them in another phone and dialing up. Yeah, I think we're good there. I'm going to look at this later. It's in our lineup, but yeah, flexibility. No proprietary control. That's your next phone, really? For $149? Okay. I know. CNN's talking about Trump lying about Alabama when CNN has their head up their ass when it comes to not pursuing the real facts about Russia. I've seen people at CNN apologize to Donald Trump for even mentioning that Russia may have paid for the election. I mean, it's ridiculous. Of course Donald Trump is influenced by the Russians, and of course he's got a side deal and that they blackmailed him for the sex tape. Why would CNN apologize to Donald Trump? It's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, good for you. An open source Linux phone system that can run your own scripts on. Wasn't the Android system at the very basis of its development a Linux system in its early stages? I heard that Internet Explorer, of course, was scrubbed for the Edge, and Microsoft is now moving on. They're using a type of Chromium, and they're updating their operating systems. I don't even think the Internet Explorer exists anymore, does it? Android is a crappy version of Linux. Yeah, that's my point. So in essence, the Android system was a Linux version on your phone, dude. Why don't you go to the backbone of the Android system and go download Jelly Bean and reorganize it, and rewrite the files, and you'd have your own system. David, any chance of some appetizers and munchies? No, I don't have anything for you right now. I'm looking forward to having some appetizers, though. Tomorrow is going to be a no-show. We're taking the night off because I've got a big event to go to with Sarah. And we're taking Saturday off, too. It's kind of the end of our summer vacation. Unfortunate that I can't be with you every night. But, yeah, we've got 2 nights we're going to be taking off. I may try to do a remote broadcast just to see if it works, but don't count on it. As you can see, whenever I do remote broadcasts, they've completely DDoSed my VPN. When we took the trip this summer, I was literally broadcasting every day. You can see the videos of it on my YouTube channel. We had to get servers that were so... Actually, our internet connection had to be so fast to beat the DDoSers. It was unbelievable. If we had a DDoS attack on our VPN when we were at a motel, I had to have at least 20 megabyte upload speeds to bypass it. And there were only a few hotels with 20 megs up, 100 meg down. That's about as fast as you're going to get on the internet. 100 megabyte download speeds and 20 megabyte upload speeds per second. Okay, Chris Cuomo right now on the 18th floor, straight to expose Trump. Trump is just denying that the map was not dockered. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. They're making the big map issue a central point, and they're forgetting about the Russian involvement and all of the other obstruction charges that they're trying to put that behind them. So they're adding new crap to hit their attack on Trump. And this is ridiculous. You know, talking about an Alabama storm prediction by Trump is so incidental compared to all the heinous acts that he's done, allowing Russia to control our election. and not even reporting it to the FBI. It's like the Pelosi and the Democrats have completely gone asleep on this issue. They're not even doing their job. We made a mistake giving the House to the Democrats in the midterm elections. It could have just as well gone to the Republicans. It wouldn't have mattered. They're no different than the Republicans at this point. Both parties are useless and incompetent and impotent and unable to do anything. Hey, Pizzeria watching Dave. Welcome, Joe Pesci. Yeah, you know a good pizzeria. That's what I'm talking about. If you find a good place to eat pizza, you're set for life. Tell your friends that too. Tell them Dave sent you. You called the Air Force and told them to ease up on the flight pass. Yeah. We exposed some pretty heavy things today in our pre-show. A relationship between John Podesta, the alleged pedophile, and Stephen Colbert has been revealed. Whenever you look up the word Pizzagate online, you immediately get Stephen Colbert's response on his show to Pizzagate. Basically to back off, there's nothing there. So he's actually defending his friend John Podesta by putting out a video that denies any wrongdoing by anybody connected to DC or the pedophiles that linger in the DC Capitol. So I'm not sure what Stephen Colbert is going with this, but it does seem like he is completely and utterly a shill for the Podesta group and their efforts to deflect the Pizzagate story. Pretty sad.
Okay, your seafood bisque is good.
Good.
Or whatever.
It worked together, the noodles?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, it was like a guaranteed win. Thank you so much.
I know, a guaranteed win, and the people didn't get to see it.
Well, I'm glad that the dinner was made. That's all that matters to me.
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much.
It was made.
This was the story I was telling you about how 52,000... Let me pull his picture out. 52,000 pounds of fentanyl from China, from Shanghai, were on a Maersk boat shipping across the sea, and they were intercepted by the Navy in Mexico. The Mexican Navy in the port of Cardenas discovered 52,000 pounds of fentanyl. This is enough to kill off an entire population of a country. It's a super dangerous chemical compound that I think should be outlawed. I think it's time to look at fentanyl being outlawed. Of course, we want to stop this. No, I won't be playing a Larry until later, okay, Xenu? Thank you. Sarah's going to come in. I'm going to have some dinner. We'll talk more later. She's here to give you a little time. No, Xenu, not right now. Sarah's coming into the show right now. And you're all dressed, so you look beautiful.
Yeah.
That'll be nice. It'll fit really well with your outfit. So again, we're going to be gone tomorrow and the next day, and we're not telling you where we're going, but we are going to be gone. So
I'm taking David on a date.
we're going to the ball.
Date to the ball, dear. Yes. I decided to dress up for you since I'm going to be dressing up for David tomorrow. I said, well, I'm going to see if what I want to wear tomorrow will actually will fit me still, because it's actually an older dress. And yeah, this dress is very old, but I haven't read it. I haven't worn it for a while. And so I said, I'm going to see if it still fits. So yes, women, I'm practicing this video. Well, right now I'm sitting in on September 5th, 2019. I told you, Xenu, I'm taking David on a date tomorrow and Saturday. Wow, Emma. Man. Is he still... Hi, room service. Is your man still alive? What's the Instagram girl eyebrow, is it? I don't know what it is. I know you need the show. Well, he might be back on Saturday, but I'm not promising that. Oh, nice, Misanthropy. The Pine Foam will be here the end of October or beginning of November. I do love to be with David when he's not casting. Yes, most Americans are. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, Pirate. No, it's not about giving David a Wi-Fi hotspot so he can do the show when he's with me. No, that's not the point. The point is eye contact, communication. That's the point. Well, sometimes 534, yes. Sarah, do I ever feel sometimes the show is more important than you? Yeah, but I mean, it's okay. He would love me even more if he could stream all the time everywhere he goes. Well, then he can talk to you, and then he wouldn't be talking to me or other people. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway. There's my, I have like a shawl I'll be wearing with a nice dress. There's no advice for incels in 2019. Instead of one person talking to me, you can talk to me that way too. In face, person to person. Wow, that would be amazing. Who is David talking to? Some family. Family members are visiting for just a little bit. They'll probably be gone this time next week. What about everybody gets VR and we go into a virtual world and David can do the show live without worrying about someone trying to kill him? That's a possibility. Final dream. Why are you so interested, Xenu? Yes, my mom does still play RuneScape. I think she might be playing RuneScape right this minute. Maybe. Do we still have the fish? Yes, we still do have the fish. Ooh, that's good. The surveillance state is here and now. Yes, I do, pirates. Proudly. I did a little bit. Sorry. Yes, my mom is a top RuneScape player. No, I did not ask my mom about the sandwich lady. No, of course not. David takes care of the fish. He helps the fish stay alive. Even this summer, he had it on a like automated timer to feed the fish. David probably takes better care of his fish than I do my worms. A beta fish, yeah, but we have plenty of goldfish, koi. Over 400 million Facebook users' phone numbers were exposed in a privacy lapse. Wow. Okay, I'm looking at your thing. Okay, so Bully Hunter, what are you doing with that number? Explain yourself. Or shall I just... Maybe I'll just mute him so he... Yeah, maybe he is. Why do you have that number, Xenu? Hello, Odin the cat. Yeah, I'm sorry. It does seem like that. Dad. Then why do you... Why not... What happened to your other name, Xenu? Why did you go get that name? Oh, thanks for informing us, Emma. Facebook debuts vaccine pop-up windows to stop the spread of misinformation. Like, have you been vaccinated? Yes, Final Dream, I'm working on downloading Windows on another computer. I mean, not Windows, Linux. Okay. I'm glad you're watching Laura's videos.
Could you unlock that door for me?
Yes, I can do that. Oh.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring the computer in.
Okay. All right. That should be your name, misinformation, because you bring in all good information. Yeah. That's... You mean they're giving pop-up ads about vaccines because they've been bought off by the government? Yeah, I look pretty amazing tonight. I do say so myself. I was gonna wear a jacket with this, but I don't really think I need one. I thought of wearing a jacket with this, but I don't think I need one. It's
No,
such a
it looks
big
like
shawl.
it's self-contained, yeah. I think
Yeah.
I'm going to pack the computer away.
Oh yes.
I'll do that.
Okay. Sounds like a
I'll
plan.
be in just a bit.
I will be here.
Okay.
We're enjoying our time. Oh. You're contacting NASA? Good. Sarah, are you taking David to the buffet?
No.
No.
But you are going to a place that has food.
That's true, we are. I will be going out tomorrow, and I just wanted to make sure this dress fit for tomorrow. for my evening out tomorrow. And it does. It actually fits way better now than it did. Was that 15 years ago? Something like that. I think it was 2002. I don't think I'm going to go to Costco in this. I know David's favorite place is Buffet and Costco. Buffet and Costco. We'll tell you where we went probably on Monday. We'll probably tell you where we went when we're back on Monday. Yeah. Oh, 42, that's hilarious. They do have a good food court, that's true. Fairly good. I'm not a fan of their pizza, though. I usually get their, well, if you have a Costco that has a, some of them sell, some of their food courts sell hamburgers and some do not. I usually get their chicken, I think it's called a chicken wrap or chicken, not a wrap, but a roll. Because it's like cooked chicken with Parmesan cheese and Caesar salad dressing in a bun. But it's not a bun, it's like in, oh, it's called a chicken bake. It's baked and then they sprinkle cheese on top and then they bake it. I'm glad to hear you're no longer an incel, Zeno. Oh, thank you, room service. You love us, guys. Yeah, the chicken bake. You had one once. I also, one time I had or once or twice I had their churro, which was alright. I guess that's what happens when you release gas, I love rice. Have you been cooking cabbage? That could be the other reason. Then how do you know about what you can get for $10? Do you have a brisket sandwich? They don't have a brisket sandwich at the Costco's up here. A brisket sandwich? How cool is that? They do not have that up here. And they don't have the hamburgers either. All they have is the pizza, chicken bake, Caesar salad. I think they have this weird soy tofu salad. The hot dog, of course. Oh, they have this, it's not a brisket, it's like a turkey sandwich that's heated up. Got hot. It's called turkey provolone. It has like turkey, sliced turkey, provolone, tomato, and pesto on it. Wow. A brisket sandwich. Does it come with a coleslaw? That looks really good. That looks really good. They do not have that here. I think if they had it here, it would be like sold out. Maybe they start every day with brisket sandwich, and by the time I get there at like 1 hour later, it's sold out. Wow. Yeah, you might be right, 42. I do like turkey on Thanksgiving, though. I do not like ham. I am not a ham fan. Thank you, 42. You like a whatever, gobble gobble, turkey. Yeah, gotta go over there, check it out. They might be open. Oh yeah, it's 7 o'clock where I'm at. They probably are closed or closing. Oh, it's good to just stretch. I don't know if today is a hammock day, but yeah. I would go there except the fact that they don't have brisket at our Costco. I think I should go there. I wouldn't go there in this dress. I like Blink 482. Isn't that a band? Is it Blink 182? Maybe it is. Man, David has a lot of tabs open. Holy moly, I don't think computers were made to run that many tabs. Blink 182. Adam's song. New Blink 182 music is dropping this Friday, and I can listen to a teaser. Their new song is their release is I Really Wish I Hated You. Meaning I love you, but I really wish I hated you. "691 says pig is advised against more times in the Bible than in the Quran. Wanting to know why, you found out in ancient times there was a virus that could only live in swine, pigs. It would kill a human even after cooking. I've also heard that pigs like compete with people for food or... That's interesting about the virus. What happened? Why did people start eating pig? I am not going to do that, 42. Is that what happened to your ex-girlfriend? Do you eat the shells of the baby turtles, pirates? Well, you troll me? You can dish it out, but you can't take it? Please. 6-9 months as big as a good meat, apart from the threat of the rare virus. Wow. I'm not like David. I'm not gonna click something like that. Yeah, that can be scary. That's true, 42. It's like, whoa. Ouch. No, thank you. Well, I'm glad you see all the Port Beaches, Pirate. Oh, you don't have to do that. You'll just need to find a person that will accept you the way you are. Besides, never mind. Oh, goodness. Holy moly. Blink 182 celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Enema of the State with Lil Wayne and Neck Deep. Oh, come on, Ticketmaster. Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington. What does that say? Oh, I just missed them. Really? I did, I just missed him. Too bad. I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with them. You say, why is it liberals are too good for country food? They've never tasted it. They're like, you, foo, foo. Oh, it's so much fattening. It's too fattening.
Excuse me.
Maybe that's it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just missed them. That's too bad. They're here last weekend. Wow. I don't know. I think he likes it down. I don't really know, though. How do you like it? What I did is, I like what I did because last night I braided it right before I went to bed. And then today, see how it has like a wave in it?
Okay, so you can pack up the rest of whatever you want. I had my fill. You can have a
Okay.
lovely lunch for tomorrow.
Okay.
Grab as whatever shrimp you want. All right. So Blink 182 is coming to us?
No, I missed them.
Oh, that's okay.
They were last weekend and I didn't even know. I think they were probably at Bumbershoot or something.
Yeah.
Oh, bad smells. Okay.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Enjoy it. I
Good
love that
smells.
outfit. That's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pack it up.
Really pretty. Okay. Man, we've had a lot of information. Omar's soon-to-be ex-husband, she married her brother, apparently threatened me and asked me to lie, according to DC Dirty Laundry. We're wondering when Trump's going to prosecute Ilhan Omar for marrying her brother, which is in a violation of immigration law. And we're wondering what's going on. Leave it to the Muslims to just turn on each other and point the finger. This is the latest in the scandal of crimes committed by Representative Ilhan Omar. According to a new report, Ahmed Hirsi, her husband and father of her children, is telling friends that not only did Omar marry her brother, but issued threats against him and asked him to lie for her. In questioning a highly reliable source in the Omar saga, Scott Johnson of the Powerline writes, they open a window onto the scandals from the perspective of Ahmed Hirsi, her longtime partner and the father of her 3 children. According to sources, Hirsi is telling friends that he will not go to jail for Omar. Okay, and Kamala on the edge of her seat after drawing a pathetic New Hampshire crowd. You know, if Kamala had said that she was going to offer everybody a doobie if they came and visited her, she'd probably have a huge crowd, Isn't marijuana legal in New Hampshire now? Let me double check. Live free or die. Yeah, in January of 2014, they voted in favor of House Bill 492 based on Colorado Amendment 64, which seeks to legalize interstate law. She could have offered everybody a marijuana cigarette for going to her rally. As long as they don't smoke it in public, it would have been a great opportunity. Haha, you're too funny. Hi. She wants to take away meat. Well, that's a little bit sexual in nature, don't you think? What do you mean meat? Is this like a meat market? She likes marijuana. That's not a weed addict, and she brags about it. But she brags about prosecuting pot users in California? It makes no sense. Kamala Harris, again, caught in her own lies. She said she was a bust child. Her parents grew up in a very rich neighborhood. She wasn't bust anywhere. Hi, welcome to the show. Vaccinate by food. Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt they're moving that on that that next thing that they're going to do. What's the next thing they're going to do? Well, remember nasal vaccines? That was very successful. They pulled nasal vaccines off the market because it was so good and so successful that they realized they just had to spray us with them. So, hey, we're getting vaccinated whether we like it or not, okay? Just accept it and move on and, accept the fact that we're being dumped on like insects every day. I know I have. Spray me! Oh. Spray me to the moon and let me douse among the toxins. She was saying that she will create incentive for Americans to eat less meat. I'm not a big vegan person. Have you seen vegans? Makes you just want to sink your teeth into some liverwurst or something. Vegans look like they're dying. They look all weak. You look at the vegans over like a 5-year period on YouTube. Check it out, Vegan Nightmares. They look like they're in POW camps after like 5 years of not eating meat. I'm not telling you to eat meat. You can be a vegetarian, a vegan, whatever. I'm just saying, what were you raised on? I'm sorry, Eric, you have been removed from the show temporarily. Any comment about that will be removed from the show. So this is the big story I was leading with today at our show. The lawyer for Epstein's madam, Ghislaine Maxwell, says hundreds of names contained in upcoming records dump. So she's going to take a dump with some records. She'll be taking records of her dumps. She's going to dump her records. I'm confused too. Meta hangs out and actually enjoys the show. Anderson Cooper outed Meta last night, claimed he was a top FBI agent undercover. Now, do you trust Anderson Cooper? Because I don't trust that guy. I'd rather trust Meta Nemesis. I've seen Meta Nemesis. Or unless that was a really effective video of a guy sitting there on his bed taping himself in a horizontal fashion. Yeah, we saw the Grimes video last night. Matt and I had a personal moment. We didn't like it. He might have liked it. I didn't. The world loved it, though. The movie, or the video of violence. Yeah, the problem with Grimes, I know this is off subject from technology, but Grimes appears a little young still. Yeah. It premiered last night on our show, or we just featured it. I'm looking at a girl who looks like, I don't know. I'm going to go so far as to say maybe 16. Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not trying to profile 16-year-olds on our show, but Grimes, they say that she is, let's see, Grimes. She's 31 years old, according to this. Yeah, her name is Claire Boucher, and she's 31 years old, and I'm not buying it. No. I've got a pretty careful view here. I'm looking at a child, maybe 15, 16. This is her most recent video. So I don't know where Elon Musk found her, but they've been dating, what, 5 years? So if she is like 17 right here, she would have dated her at 12 or something? I don't know. I mean, I'm beginning to wonder if something illegal is going on here. And I just don't buy it. I don't buy her age at 31 years old. Sorry. Call me old-fashioned. Let's carbon date her. No, you're not reverse aging. You're actually hollowing out within your body. Yeah, you're slowly taking away from your vital organs by not eating properly. You know, your body will harvest cholesterol from your liver if you're not careful. Seriously. Well, I don't need makeup to reverse age either. Look at me. I don't even have my spray bottle. Oh no. Oh well. I'll find it later. Yeah. Well, misanthropy, life catches up to you eventually. I mean, you can't help but age a little bit in life. Stress ages people a lot. Yeah. No, I don't smell fruity tooty. Oh, vaccinate, oh, vaccinate. We should do a Christmas song for vaccinations, or maybe a Halloween song. You know, Monster Bash. We got to inject us with the vaccinations on the Monster Bash. No thanks. Oh well. The holidays are coming up again. I kind of wonder, how have I ever gotten through all these holidays over the years? California boat fire. Crew interviewed, but no more clarity of what caused the disaster. Apparently the crew was yelling. One guy said he couldn't get air when they was on the phone asking SOS. 5 crew members got off the boat. 34 people below seemed to be locked in and dead. They died inside. I don't think they had a door open. That could be a criminal negligence case. A lot of people are still wondering what the outcome of this terrible case will be. Right now, it's just one of the worst boating disasters in U.S. history. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald had 29 people dead in Lake Michigan, and that was in Canada. And this wreck was a massive 34 dead. Did they find the last body? Was it to turn up as fish food or something? Well, I don't know. I mean, your body can eat itself up if you don't have enough food in it. And you don't seem to eat right, so I'm just an observation. That's interesting. I've never had a collared sandwich. Mad Dog came up with one heck of a certain recipe here. Take a look at it. Sandwich of backyard ingredients represents the heritage homeland of North Carolina tribe. A collared sandwich, a Robeson County delicacy. Now that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's almost like something I would make. That's kind of nice. Soggy is the word. Collard greens are very popular in the South. Yeah, they grow real well. Well, they grow. Collard greens don't sound great unless it's like a croissant, a lot of butter. I'd throw a little cheese on there too. We're not going to ban anything, Chucklehead, except maybe plastic. We have the technology to integrate corn powder or corn meal into the production of plastic, which would make it biodegradable. And because we got so much GMO corn that no one can eat, instead of making corn syrup that goes into our body, we should require soda companies to make sugar-based drinks, at the very least, maybe even stevia-based with a light amount of sugar, and then tell all the corn syrup providers that will buy up their corn syrup and essentially, put it into plastic. And all our plastic manufacturing would then segue to biodegradable corn-based plastic. That's an innovation, a technology that could be brand new for the next coming century. I know, and I'm saying mild sugar-based juices with filtered water would be better. Ironically, all the studies of sugar-based juices having dramatically increased the risk of cancer did not eliminate the filtration of water from the variables. Yeah, none of those tested sugar waters were filtered. So the study was relatively bogus on that note alone. You have to filter all the water of every juice drink in your study to get a real assessment of what you're feeding people, because technically they just got fed poison, tap water, with their sugar. To say that all sugar drinks are culprit in this pancreatic cancer bloom that we're having in our society, that's just a gross misuse of science. The variable of filtered water had to be included in the study, and it wasn't. People only tested waters that were unfiltered. Juice drinks that are all unfiltered, like everything you drink right now. So whether it's the sugar or the tap water inside is really the question. We need further study to find out the effects of sugared tap water versus sugared filtered water on the body. The nectar of gods. Coffee. Yeah. It's had known beneficial effects of an antioxidant known as coffee. Hey, Scissor Fight. How's it going, man? You've been working hard, I bet. Constantly busy. Getting probably, your hands are probably getting kind of, You may want to try a little CBD oil to kind of smooth out any arthritic pain you're suffering from, because all the work you're doing, my goodness. That's got to cost you at least hands. We exposed James Alefantis last night. Yeah, that was a pretty wild thing. We showed you Alefantis in a group of Rothschilds. Jacob Rothschild standing there. James is in the background with his hat on. He doesn't want to be known as a Rothschild. He would rather be known as James Alefantis, the guy who has Comet Pizza Restaurant, the 47th most powerful person in America. Or in D.C., I should say. Yeah. This was before he moved to the States, I'm sure. He was busy. He's probably, they probably sent him out to the States as an outcast. Oh, send James to D.C. Let's just see if he can get into any mischief. Since becoming educated about fluoride from watching your show, I've had to set up 5 tarps in your mom's backyard to collect rainwater. Wow. And you can feel your IQ growing? Excellent. He's doing collected rainwater. Well, assuming it's not full of chemtrails, that's a good thing. You should still filter your water, though, with a zero water filter. Well, the old adage, hiding in plain sight, really has truth here. The Rothschild family doesn't want anyone to be, secretly running operations for them under the assumed name of Alefantis. But he is anyway. So they're running some sort of an operation in D.C. I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, he has a place called Pegasus Museum down the street. And James Alefantis apparently is able to bring in live subjects from overseas without having to go through customs. Apparently a museum can feature live subjects. I didn't realize that. Well, that's what I've been told. So he has a lot of passes and diplomatic immunity. So I'm not sure what's really going on. Hey, this is Big Dave's show, so I'm Big Dave. Yes, and I'm not trying to hide from y'all. I'm right here every night doing the show. Big Dave. Okay, it's get busy time. We were going to talk about job plan and how that integrates into technology. Solar rooftops are still a revolution waiting to happen. We first started seeing solar rooftops in the 1970s with Bell Labs. Made for the first time in the United States in, I think, 1974. Bell Labs introduced these amazing solar panels, and even Jimmy Carter put them on his roof. But then, of course, Ronald Reagan had them taken down. We have a request for Larry Sinclair. Let's do it.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, Mr. Wright piping in. That was just a man who's an openly gay man who openly discussed his relationship with Barack Obama, and nobody in the Obama cabinet responded to him. He was talked about in the press, but for the most part, the Democratic Party blew it off. Even the fact that Barack Obama claimed he smoked crack when he wrote his book, Audacity of Hope, where he said he smoked crack. Well, let's be clear. I experimented with crack Occidental College. That's what he said. Anyway, we're trying to send the right message to people not to lie. And, you know, if we've got presidents that lie through their teeth, there you go. New study of e-cigarettes have determined that it's bad. According to Michigan, they're banning them, becoming the first state to ban e-flavored or e-cigarettes, flavored e-cigarettes. All flavored ones that apparently are not safe in their mind. They're saying evidence is mounted that kids tend to be drawn to flavored products, and vaping was on the rise among adolescents and teens. So they're trying to get kids to not do that because their lungs are still in the early stages of development. The Michigan ban encompasses all flavors of e-cigarettes, including mint and menthol. Well, you know, Michigan did legalize marijuana for up to 12 plants recreational use per person. So, I mean, there's really no reason to even begin vaping e-cigarettes when you could vape really good weed grown in your home in a state that legalized it. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't want you to smoke artificial stuff. They want you to grow your own, right? All right, there you go. So you can vape. Apparently, there's a lot of technologies on the market now that are vaporizers. Yeah, this is new stuff. Portable vaporizers are on the like growing. This particular vaporizer, made by TorontoVaporizer.ca, is the Mighty, and this is a $399 item, manufactured by Stores and Bissell. But what you do is you put the marijuana, raw marijuana, right in the middle of this this chamber here. Yeah. And it heats it up to approximately 380 degrees. For some reason, this isn't opening here. There we go. And this particular vaporizer will actually create a really nice, very mild amount of THC that has no resin whatsoever going in your lungs. So adults smoking legal vaporizers would be a better way to go than having kids get involved in drugs that are dangerous with fruit flavored vapes that are artificially derived. So this is a product that's readily available, and now it's like a portable vaporizer that's very effective and apparently has longevity. You don't have to clean it very often. So these are technologies that are starting to really grow, and I'm glad to say that that's something that's a good thing. And I'm not here apologizing for marijuana smokers. It's good that our country is benefiting, and certain states, especially 35 or 36 states now, are selling some form of marijuana to people, whether it's medical or recreational. Yeah, what they do is they want you to smoke real cigarettes because they're not making revenue. These states that are heavily dominated by the Democrats have relied heavily on cigarette taxes, like California, Oregon, Washington, Michigan. Yeah, they're really needing tax money from cigarettes. So you're right, they're steering people toward real cigarettes. Good point. But I really think that putting artificial flavors in your body is probably really bad for kids. I would agree with that. Anybody who waits till you're about 21 to start smoking anything is probably a better thing to do. Okay, we exposed some pretty weird coincidences this past week. We had a picture brought to our attention of Angela Merkel and Theresa May and a woman by Grybauskaite, who is in charge of Lithuania. And somebody wrote at the top, what are the odds these three teenage friends grew up to lead 3 countries? And that gives you a clue as to how completely controlled our political process is in the world that we're living in. Angela Merkel just got handed the chancellorship of Germany. I doubt she deserved it, and she's kept in power since. Theresa May got handed a role as prime minister and backed out before the Brexit waters got too hot, and now is basking in the joy of not being a part of it. And Grybauskaite, I don't know about her, but she's got that look, you know. The look that just, she knows. You know that she knows. You know, she's going to be somebody in charge of Lithuania. Yeah, look at that. So there you have it. Thought I'd share that with you. Stories that just keep getting in our eyes, and we're talking about it. So getting solar rooftops out there for American homes is really the thrust of our technology plan. We want to actually create solar panels and get these things out in production so that we can get people gearing up for the future with energy derived from your roof. Now, theoretically, you could power your house off of your roof energy, albeit 3 to 4 hours a day, but you will get about a 30 to 40% reduction in your electricity use. We would take 20% of that and give you the other 20% reduction. We'd pay ourselves back over time. And believe it or not, your rooftop will be more valuable to us over a 50-year period if we actually use it than it will be for you to save 20% on your energy bill. So it's actually a win-win for the government to do this, because we'll be making money off of your rooftop well into the future. And if you sell your house, it's sold as an addition that the lease sells with your house. It's part of your house. So you can still sell your house, but we're just leasing part of the rooftop. We'll handle all the operations. Yep, everything will be handled by us. The U.S. military is already building solar rooftop solutions that roll out like this. This is a film from the Army Corps of Engineers. So we have to ramp up production, and we can pretty much get these things up on your roof very quick. I don't push the Holocaust hoax, no. I've never said anything about the Holocaust. I don't believe that the Holocaust is real. Holocaust really did happen. No question about it. The extent to which it happened is certainly up for debate, but I would never push the Holocaust, ever. I like Jewish people, and I think that Israel has a strong place, and a good, strong ally like Israel. It certainly deserves respect. I'm not here to hate on Israel. Blink, you're a little confused. You said, why do you push Zionist propaganda such as the Holo? I'd never do. And now you're saying, David, it was CGI. You're all over the place. You're promoting Holocaust and you're saying, why? Come on, dude. You're contradicting yourself in one sentence. I mean, really, seriously. Of course it wasn't CGI. They had film back there when Eisenhower occupied those encampments and tried to help those people. Many of them were already dying of typhus when they arrived. It was a disaster, and all that film was not CGI, dude. You'd have to be out to lunch to think that. You probably think that the Earth is flat, too. Yeah, the 2020 Hyundai Hybrid has solar panels on its roof. That's a no-brainer. I mean, every car in the entire production chain should have solar panels charging up something inside, especially their hybrid system. I like Hyundai. I think they're really moving forward. They're making good progress, technologically speaking. They're the only company that offers a full warranty on their battery pack, a lifetime warranty. Honda doesn't do that. They pour their battery packs just to fit in a certain area in the car. They don't adapt other batteries. They actually pour their own battery packs at Hyundai. No, none of that footage was CGI'd. No, you're out of here. Poor guy actually believes that the actual film from Eisenhower's occupation of Germany was CGI'd. I mean, what an idiot. They didn't have CGI back in 1946, you fool. I mean, where are these coming? These statements are like bizarre, coming from these idiots. They're just soaking up the media like a bunch of turds. You hear that sucking sound? Those are people watching the TV shows and media. And that's their brains being sucked out of their head. Well, there's always somebody out there, you know. Yeah, the Stargate thing is his little fantasy that Saddam Hussein had a Stargate, and that we attacked the palace of Saddam Hussein, which was the center of the Stargate. That's why that's the theory is out there, that we left all of the weapons sitting there with nobody guarding them during shock and awe. And George W. literally sent all of our troops into Saddam's castle, where they claim he discovered a Stargate. I don't believe that at all. You don't have to be, but it's recommended to remain alive once you are alive. It's a force of nature. All anthropods have this atavistic force of nature. You are inclined to stay away from any type of stimuli. You respond by jumping away from something that hurts or heat. Your desire to live is coming from the same source. Okay, a new photo released by the White House proves Trump never knew Epstein. What?
Trump never knew Epstein, according to a new White House photo. Never knew him. Don't know what people are talking about. Next question, please. That's basically the response that we've been getting from this administration.
Okay. Well, yeah, the sordid details of Trump and Epstein, it goes all the way to that woman who claimed she was raped at 13 in Mar-a-Lago in 1992. Yeah. Justice for Katie. Yeah, it goes all the way into that realm. Ron Johnson was being facetious when he said we
Take the firearm.
He was being facetious when he said that, but we'll show you Ron Johnson. He's a Trump guy who's starting to turn. Yeah, he's starting to kind of flip away from Trump. He's finally realizing that Trump is pretty much controlled by the deep state, and Russia and the sex tapes are real. I don't think he's admitted that though. But I think he is beginning to realize that Trump is owned. I don't know. Epstein broke a lot of women in. Miley Cyrus was one of his women that he handled. Oh, yeah. It's a sarcastic title, yeah. I like sarcastic titles. In fact, that's one way to avoid YouTube, banning things. Just endorse it completely. But no, they knew each other very well. In fact, according to Justice for Katie, allegations that Trump raped her when she was 13, allegedly. She dropped the charges because she said her life was threatened by the Trump people. And that's another serious allegation that needs to be investigated. Criminal witness tampering. It's serious. And it seems to have gone on a lot under Trump, like Michael Cohen, Paul Manafort. Wow, those names haven't been said in a while, have they? Yeah, it's like they want us to forget that Trump had all these shady dealings with these people. They say Michael Cohen has the total story on the Russian involvement, but the Democrats never bothered to give him a deal. He was willing to spill the beans on Trump completely and let it all hang out, but the Democrats never offered him a lighter sentence. So he still has secrets, Michael Cohen does, that he hasn't talked about. Right, it's obstruction of justice, isn't it? To not even look into these stories. Right, exactly. All this evidence of wrongdoing and nobody's doing anything, that's obstruction of justice going on. You know, real Dr. Phil, I can honestly say you didn't know Epstein. Well, you can say that too, yeah. Anyone could honestly say the truth. I can honestly say the truth every day. Honestly. Don't you wonder if somebody says, you know, to be completely honest, they start delivering their statement. When are they not completely honest? You know, it implies they're not being completely honest when they say to be perfectly honest. You know, it's like, well, when are you not? Could you tell me which times you're not? God, what an idiot. How can you lose your account over such an idiotic thing? He just lost his account. David, what is the Stargate supposed to do? It's supposed to provide instantaneous travel through time. It's a bridge between the time-space continuum, which, according to these people that believe it exists, like the people working on the CERN, the Hadron Collider, some people believe that they're trying to create antimatter. Some people are believing that they're trying to figure out what's inside of an atom. Other people believe they're working on a Stargate. You can run for whatever you want to believe in, but in theory, something that can generate a massive amount of light speed motion, even if it's in a circle, like rolling around in a collider, could theoretically break the speed of light and then go back in time. So they've run with this theory that a Stargate exists. Some people believe that the positions of the pyramids point to a Stargate. Thank you. I'm glad you got rid of that thing about diarrhea. Okay. Well, a doorway to another dimension is just a way of saying breaking through the time-space continuum. It's really no big deal. Apparently, Joe Biden's bleeding of his eye has opened up a question.
Well, this is straight up Breitbart. Joe Biden with his eyes issues. Well, you're not special. I made this video back on May 6th as Joe Biden's LARP Enigma, whatever the fuck he is
the language, just openly use of the F word. I'll play that later when we have a little less, you know, our family programming just went to hell. It's his reptilian side, yeah. Well, bleeding in the eye is some indicative of a brain injury, but it may just be a scratch that he got from having dry eye syndrome. Common when you're doing the red eye and you're running around campaigning when you really need to relax, Biden. I mean, just kick back. You got the entire race wrapped up. You don't even need to be out campaigning right now. He is drinking a little bit. I can see it in his speech pattern. He's hitting the bottle a little bit. I would avoid drinking because that's a vasodilator. I'm not a doctor or providing any medical advice, but avoid drinking because it would lead to vasodilation. You know, 42 bilingual dad. I don't plan on releasing information on Saddam's Stargate unless, of course, I run into this information and it becomes imperative we know about it. Yeah. I'm more than willing to go like the Full Disclosure Project and give you information about aliens if indeed we have information about aliens and it won't endanger international or national security talking about it. I'm more than willing to talk about things that will maybe enlighten us to what's really going on. I mean, if you think they're aliens, I think you should know. So apparently the pyramids were used as power plants. They're like large batteries, aren't they? That's a very strong theory. Right. Any blood thinner, vasodilator, toxin that can cause cardiomyopathy and cirrhosis. Sure. Anyway, he needs to consult a doctor about why his eye's bleeding.
It's unbelievably interesting, and I was just taking old clips of when he was part of the Senate, and there ain't no baby blues there, as you can see the title. There ain't no baby blues, and how his eyes have always been this changing enigma. So from blue eyes to what the fuck color is that? I'm sorry.
Another use of the F word. Can you believe this guy using the F word? Hey, I don't mind if it's not overdone, but I think Bob Lazar is a shill. He's no different than some of the NASA shills that talk about our moon projects and our Mars landing probes. Oh, it is 18 plus. Okay, I just don't trust Bob Lazar. My gut feeling is he's lying. I think the alien agenda was very well described by William Cooper, who talked about the alien agenda. He was a federal agent at one time, Bill Cooper, and he wrote a book, and he did a lot of talk shows, and he talked about, they claim he's the father of modern conspiracy theories, but he talked about alien agendas being a manipulation of our government in order to make us look elsewhere. It's like a diversion tactic. Yes, 739 is absolutely appalled by this show and believes somehow that they're right, even though they're complete brain dead imbecile. Absolutely listening to the mainstream media and thinks everything's the way it's supposed to be on TV. And when we talk about somebody like Joe Biden having changed eyes, that's just too much for him to handle. Hi, Tiddly D. Yeah, but I don't think you're a good fit here. This is ex-Dems and ex-reps. You're obviously a Trump supporter with your love of Trump. I know. We have a lot of people like you in our show, but try not to be so obvious about it. We're a little tired of the Trump supporters. It's getting old, the whole Trump thing. California boat fire, 33 dead, coding. Well, there were 34 dead, I thought. One still is missing, so what's going on? Is this short for gematria, or? Okay, we've got Jeffersonian Girl coming up in the evening about that. Cool. Yeah, I'm sorry that people don't realize that, if you scratch and sniff, it smells like crap. But the problem is a lot of you don't scratch and sniff. You just go through life never questioning anything. I do believe the pyramids could be batteries. I do. They could be used as power plants. And somebody told me that there was a field of energy when you go into some of the labyrinths inside the Great Pyramids of Giza, a Tesla-like power plant built thousands of years ago. Yeah, it could be a huge structure, an ancient structure that's capable of using the Earth's natural properties in order to create or produce a great amount of energy. Very interesting theory. I'd have to really check the composition of the rocks to find out how much metal or electromagnetic energy they emit. Yeah. Although this is firmly rejected by the mainstream scholars, this theory could explain numerous enigmas about the pyramid itself. Interestingly, the outer casing of the Great Pyramid of Giza was covered by white tufa limestone, put together in such a way that nothing could fit in between the stones. It's noteworthy to mention that the white tufa limestone used in the outer casing of the Great Pyramid does not contain magnesium and has very high insulating properties. It is believed that this sophisticated insulation property allowed the ancient Egyptians to fully control the release of energy from within the pyramid. In addition to the outer casing, the stone blocks used in the inner parts of the Great Pyramid were made from another form of limestone, which contains small amounts of crystals and metals, which are believed to be two important properties that allowed maximum power transmission. Even more interestingly is the fact that the shafts built inside the Great Pyramid were made of granite and as a highly radioactive substance permitting the ionization of the air inside the air shafts of the Great Pyramid. Similar characteristics can be found in a conductive insulating cable. No, I don't want cookies. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm not going to buy any cookies today. Do you want cookies? I'm not going to eat cookies. Now, the only missing part of this is the source of energy was the water at the Giza Plateau. And interestingly, the Giza Plateau, where the pyramids are located, is full of underground water channels. Interesting. So there's a water component too, which is, obviously they're creating cell technology using water cells now. Yeah, it's kind of a new form of fuel cell technology. So I think we're kind of figuring out that we're not the only ones that have been here on this beautiful planet of ours. Thanks, Dr. Phil. Okay. 3:30 in the morning, the fire occurred. 33 dead, coding. Did they ever find the other body? Because there's 34 people missing. Well, let's be clear. Okay, let's take a look at that video just a little bit more.
Island after a fire on board a commercial dive boat happened on Labor Day. 20 bodies have been recovered so far. Joining us now is Ken Curtis. He's a diving instructor and the owner of Reef Seekers Dive Company. Ken knows the owner of this boat involved in this tragedy. Ken, thank you so much. I know how hard this has been on the dive community there. Do you have any sense at this hour of how a tragedy of this level, 34 people possibly killed, could have happened?
Well, I will play this later tonight, but again, 34 is not 33. So, but they've only found 33 bodies. I'll give you that. Notice how I'm not looking for proof. I'm pretty sure these people burned to death in this thing. You saw the boat afterwards; it was torched. Dr. Phil, please. Yeah, that's just very rude, and Oprah would not be happy if you said that. You don't want Dave Chappelle to, pick you out in the show and call you out. Dave Chappelle could definitely get in your face, man. He was openly talking bad about Trump supporters. This is the Dave Chappelle we don't really know too well. He doesn't look quite like the real Dave Chappelle. But he's the guy they're promoting as Dave Chappelle, so let's listen in.
You are poor. You are poor. My man, you dumb motherfucker.
Okay. He's calling people that support Trump that word, and I just find it very racist. And I don't think he looks a bit like Dave Chappelle, and I've run some comparison videos. I'm not buying it. Dave Chappelle went to Africa and came back 40 pounds heavier with muscles. And when you look at Dave Chappelle up close, you can see that the bridge of his nose is much larger than this guy. And look at how rounded that bridge in this one is. You look at how sculpted the bridge of nose of Dave Chappelle is.
He's been actually sensitive to my situation. I know on at least 2 occasions where they...
Now, I tend to believe that I would look more like Dave Chappelle. In fact, if they want to get another Dave Chappelle, why don't they just put me out there in blackface or something, I mean, I think I look more like Dave Chappelle. Yeah, I think you do look like me, Dave. Yeah, you're the only white man I've ever seen that looks like me. Now, this is technically not blackface, what I'm doing. So you can't get me, Mark. Mark said he's gonna make sure I didn't become president. Yeah. Okay. Donald Trump is still hashing over his accurate prediction of the entire Hurricane Dorian heading into Alabama. The problem is somebody at Disney must have reconfigured the drawing just so that Donald would understand it. You get to go to Alabama after Disneyland, Donald. So I'm telling you, we have a very serious strike against Alabama. Now he won't admit, after, 4 days now, he won't admit that the hurricane is actually heading north. He just won't. He says, oh, there's still going to be very strong winds in Alabama. Donald, you're starting to look more and more stupid every day. Just stop talking and stop tweeting. Thank you. Maybe have your son do all your speeches. Yeah, whatever happened to Barron? How come Barron hasn't said a single word in 4 years? 3 years? I don't know. Mark just said he won't allow blackface on his show. I know, Misanthropy. I look a lot like Dave Chappelle. The man playing Dave Chappelle now does not look like Dave Chappelle. Even his own cousin. She said that I don't even know the guy. Seriously. It's not Dave Chappelle. I'm telling you, he's some sort of a weird controlled opposition character coming out of Africa. I wouldn't want anything to happen. Terms of service are very serious. Mark said that he didn't want to see any blackface in the videos, so we don't play them here. I would never buy a paper for $25 at UCLA. Some black guy did, Xenu. And he told me about it in my civil rights course. He actually bragged about buying a term paper for $25. And he guaranteed he was going to get an A+, and you know something? He did. I'll never forget that look of that gloating look on his face when he saw me when they were reading the grades, and he was like looking at me going, yeah, man, I got $25 paper. I just scored an A+, just like I told you, man. He was glaring at me, and the Jewish professor says, so I'm giving out the grades here. Leroy gets the A+. David gets C. I think he gave me a C or a B-. I'm not sure what. You had a great time as a tourist in the USA? Well, that's great, Pirate Salty Dog. Glad you could come on in. Check out the beauty this great nation offers. I love this country, I really do. So it was 3:30 in the morning, 33 people died. You think this is a gematria thing? Like they purposely hit these people, took them out? It looks like they were all locked in the floor below, so it definitely reeks of manslaughter. Oh, he read these grades out. Yeah, I was quite shocked. He actually read them out. He was proud to give this black guy an A+, because he thought that the guy really did write the paper. And I wasn't going to go out the guy. Excuse me, Professor, this person told me that they bought their paper for $25. He would have called me out as a racist. He would have said, oy vey, look at this. Another white person making fun of black people. This is exactly what civil rights are about, everyone. Look at the example I'm making right in front of you of this white guy saying this about the black man. He would have turned the whole thing into a complete, like a slam against people. And it's a shame that this professor was teaching civil rights, because he was steeped in that Marxist ideology that so many Jewish professors are steeped in. That's correct, Xenu. Final Dream. Right. You're saying that I looked like Dave Chappelle. This was Dave Chappelle when he really did exist, and yes, you can see that I look just like this guy. That's why I'm saying they picked the wrong guy to play Dave Chappelle. It would have been me. I mean, am I right or am I right? I'm telling you, I got the same exact physical features as Dave Chappelle. That's what I'm talking about, man. I'm not making fun of white people. I'm just trying to do a Dave Chappelle impersonation. Yeah, I think you're onto something there. You get contact the producers of the Dave Chappelle show and tell them that they should replace the fake Dave Chappelle with the fake David Sponheim. I mean, the real David Sponheim playing the fake Dave Chappelle. I know. He clearly watches our show. He does David cosplay. He's been learning, and they released this new Dave Chappelle guy. After I do the show, he goes out and makes a joke about the whole thing. He completely trivializes what we do here. No, I am the real David Sponheim. I don't ever sleep up. I'm still David Sponheim. I'm the same person I was when I started the show in 2008. Nothing's changed. Yeah. You're spinning a story where you think I've been replaced. I say clean living has been giving me the benefit of not aging too much. So it's really my perspective wins over yours. What's the likelihood that this show, which is running on a shoestring, is run out of a CGI computer out of Lawrence Livermore Laboratories? What's the likelihood of that?
Good morning.
Hi.
As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV.
Well, you might want to wash the shirt, buddy. I don't slip up. I'm always accurate. Yeah, you're thinking of Dave Chappelle, not Dave Sponheim. Exactly. You've been muted. But clearly I'm exactly this person. It's just that I was under stress 11 years ago. You know, I'd just done 10 hours a day for 54 straight days. I mean, give me a break. I hadn't slept much. Sarah and I couldn't figure out why you people were voting for the New World Order moron Barack Obama. I just like, people, wake up. Come on, people now. Cry on your brother, everybody get together, try to love one another right now. Anyway, I'm still here, man. I just have, I don't age like normal people. Aren't you thinking now that I am a computer? That I am not real? Or like Terminator? I'm a cybernetic organism, human flesh of a metal exoskeleton. Yeah, I am filled with biodiesel. Ray Walston, the original My Favorite Martian, was really a good guy. I mean, he lived up until January 1st of 2001, and thankfully he never saw September 11th. Yeah, great actor, super popular among people. I had a chance to get to see him every day when I grew up. So much so that I enjoyed the show, and I love the fact that he and Bill Bixby got along great. But no one ever found my secret spaceship in the back of my... Yeah. No one ever found my secret spaceship in the garage. Oh, sorry. Moving on. So I found this article very interesting. Breaking: Epstein was accidentally cremated before a full autopsy was done. Yeah, so the body of the imposter was accidentally cremated. Yeah, I don't know. They got a different coroner here, so Deepak Stady will accidentally cremate the body. I mean, how did they get the story ahead of time? That's what I'd like to know. Somebody could vet that story. I'd appreciate it. I know, but whatever. I just think that story has maybe some truth to it, maybe not. Eeny, meeny, miny, maybe not. Just like we're wondering, you know, if this story is true, that Omar's ex is speaking out, and how she's talking about Omar marrying her brother, and or how he's talking about it. Ahmed Hirsi is saying he's the husband of and father of her children, but saying that she forced him to lie and he's not going to jail. That was a pretty good story. Having humiliated Ahmed Hirsi by her affair with Tim Minette, Omar now wants Hirsi to perform public relations services for her to suppress the scandal That's what he said. He said Omar is trying to get him to deny that she married her brother. And what's really weird is Trump won't even speak out on this issue. Like he refuses to talk about it. And here's a wholesome meal for America. This is your typical, pork sandwich with coleslaw. Very affordable yet very nutritious meal. Pulled pork on bun with coleslaw. Yeah, I like that. Somebody put that out there for me to get hungry, I guess. Okay, now Facebook is pushing the vaccine deal. They're debuting vaccine pop-up windows to stop the spread of misinformation. I don't know. I've heard a lot of people have contaminated vaccines, like that woman who gave her daughter the MMR vaccine, and it was completely contaminated with neuroencephalitis. She ended up collecting $109 million from the pharmaceutical company. So I don't know how much of that is misinformation. So what gives Facebook the right to say what's misinformation and what's not? This is, again, another breach of our basic Bill of Rights. A new feature is going to push these pop-ups for vaccines. Every time you look up an anti-vaccine article. Yeah, you're looking up an anti-vaccine article and they just pop right up saying, nope, it's time to get your vaccine. What a mind-controlled world. Okay. This is really funny and weird. Talk about technology gone wild. Phone numbers for as many as 419 million Facebook users were reportedly found sitting online in a file where nobody could have found them. Oh, thanks. Okay, what about anything online? Oh, excuse me, where anybody could find them. Oh, thank you. We have a call. Anybody could have found these things. I'm getting up. I got it. I got it. Hello. No, we don't take your calls, Jason. Jason's still trying to call here. It's crazy. Lot Lizard's son. Yeah, phone numbers linked to over 400 million Facebook accounts were recently found on an online server that was not password protected, according to a TechCrunch report. Oh my God, this guy Zuckerberg is a complete imbecile. He's running a company and he has no clue as to how to secure and safeguard your privacy. Do you think these guys deserve these huge paychecks? I don't. Oh, geez, not again. Hello. Jason, we don't take your calls. Remember we talked about that? Yeah. Unbelievable. Not even a password to protect the server. Can you believe this guy, Zuckerberg? And he actually collects money. Lots of it, too. Hey, the surveillance state is here and now. Big Brother is watching. The police state with full surveillance state capability is not coming. It's already here. And private citizens are purchasing and installing apparatuses used to build it. Amazon-owned Ring, which sells video doorbells and other security cameras, announced last week that it has partnered with more than 400 police departments across the United States to create the Neighbors Active Law Enforcement Map, using the video feeds from doorbells bought, paid for, and installed by private citizens. Ring operates a portal that allows police departments access to the video stream from innumerable Ring doorbells. That can't be legal. What the hell? Talk about technology gone wild. That is insane. And we featured the brand new operating system called Plasma Mobile on almost the finished Pine phone. Apparently off-brand phones are coming out that have alternative networks and operating systems that you can hook up your standard phone card to. Well, isn't that special? Everything is beautiful in my digital universe. You know that light that emanates from your little smartphone? It can cause retinal blindness by the age of 50. You may not want to look at it. Seriously. I'm serious. There's a true amount of LED blue light coming out at you from these devices that could actually burn into your retina. Kids that are hooked onto their little iPhone all the time are bound to get, serious vision problems when they turn my age or older. I am 59. My Earth years are subtracted from my actual years. PinePhone comes with hardware switches to kill Bluetooth and camera and mic and phone radio. So you can pretty much shut it down properly without having to wonder, are they listening to me? Because the NSA released data that they can actually tap into any phone, including a cordless phone, in your house and listen to you without you even knowing. That came out about 9 years ago. Thomas Drake developed software that gave the ability to tap into phones and Skype systems, and he admitted to the world that this is being used against U.S. citizens. Well, that story kind of got buried about 9 years ago. Yeah. But they have the ability to listen in. So if you're in your bedroom and you've got your cordless sitting next to your bed and you're like making it with your wife or whoever, your transgender lover, they can use that information. Hey, Tony, we don't like people making threats in here. You know what I'm talking about? You don't have any idea how many death threats I get, Tony? You're like one of the many. I got chunks of guys like you in my stools. You can call those phones like David's holding and send correct tone. It will then continue listening. That's correct. Final Dream. You are absolutely correct. You should go on Jeopardy before the star dies. Not that he's gonna die. Yeah, anyway, the government doesn't really want you to know this stuff, so you do know that you're buying rings, you're buying Siri, you're buying, Siri, could you play a song for me? Uh-huh. Could you play like Robert Plant, 29 Palms? Okay, 29 Palms by Robert Plant. I had a friend do that this summer. He was like sitting there going, Siri, play me Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin. And I'm like, uh-huh. And then Stairway to Heaven starts playing. It's like, so I started imitating his voice and telling Siri what to play, and he got pissed off. It's like, hey, Siri, play with yourself. The rich can just take a pill to fix their cancer. I don't know about that. I mean, look at Steve Jobs. I mean, come on. That guy didn't really get cancer treatment very quickly, did he? I think you're just making that stuff up, Misanthropy. Do you have any proof of that? Well, I don't know. I just think that people who resort to threats online are really kind of behind the ball here. The cat's already out of the bag. People are buying Alexa, they're buying Siri, they're buying, even when you buy a Windows 10 computer, you have Cortana listen to everything you say. Hey,
I can
Cortana.
learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
You can go to hell. Go ahead. I just sent Cortana to hell. Yeah, I feel kind of weird about it, but because, there's so many dark things in the cauldron of hell.
Now, when I was down there, I saw a vat of fire. Huge vat of fire with liquid boiling hot lava and God's eternal judgment. And I saw demons laughing and dragging souls over.
Yeah, anyway, I just sent Cortana to hell, so I hope it helps, because she wanted me to give her permission to hell. David, the mafia is not full of bad people. They are misunderstood, Hey, I'm not here to make friends with the mafia, but I can tell you I'm not here to make their enemies either. I'm more than willing to develop a way of getting rid of toxic waste that would be free for the environmental cleanup specialists to take their garbage. And it wouldn't be like a dump hole in Staten Island, you know, where they stick bodies. It would be an actual incinerator that it completely filters the air so that we can actually get good elimination of dangerous toxins. A center that can test the stuff and provide free drop-off points. So we don't want toxic waste going into rivers or, you know, places that, you know, nobody's going to notice it over there if you just stick it there. You know what I'm talking about? No, they will notice, and I'd rather you'd have a place to stick it. So, no offense, guys, but it's going to be free for you guys to drop it off there. I got to tell you, Vito, death threats like this, you go noted, and they will be sent directly to the NSA. Matt says the mafia helps the poor. I don't know. Maybe they help launder their money, loans. Even Matt Cuddy piped up here. Yeah. What's your theory again, Misanthropy? I haven't really heard it yet. Right now I have to post a death threat. Hold, please. Yeah, I got to tell you guys, you know, you're not messing with... Have you read my bio? Yeah, you may want to read my bio before you threaten me, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Vito. Most of these people haven't read my bio. Their loss. My years of experience are well known. I don't know. They don't like me talking about Jeffrey Epstein. That's been a big bummer for them, especially now that we know he's alive. That bothers them. It doesn't match their dialogue that they want to listen to. We found a picture of Jeffrey Epstein. A drone was flying over his house 6 days ago, and voila, he's there. The one and only Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, they don't like that. They're a little concerned that we may be a little bit too close to the problem. Apparently, this guy's got total protection from intelligence. According to former Labor Secretary Costa, he had to back off of the sentencing of this guy 12 years ago because he was told that Jeffrey Epstein is intelligence. He's part of the intelligence. Okay, let's take a look at the story from Misanthropy. A miracle drug with Israeli roots saves Jewish hockey player hit with cancer. Well, I guess I stand corrected. They've got a drug that kills cancer. I didn't know this. This guy has a case of enlarged arms. No, I'm just kidding. Hockey had been a focal point of Sam Fields' life for almost as long as he can remember. A Chicago native who got into the sport at the age of 8, Fields had been playing professional hockey for about 5 years when he was a tryout for the National Hockey League. At the age of 27, he was the cusp of becoming one of the handful of Jewish people in the NHL. But just weeks before he was to head off to NHL training camp, he fell ill. He was sleeping for 20-hour stretches, unable to shake off physical exhaustion. And one day, after forcing himself out of the house to run some errands, Fields passed out while being behind the wheel of his car. They thought he had the flu, but he was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia, or CML, a particularly aggressive form of cancer. Fewer than 1 in 3 patients survived beyond 5 years, and Fields appeared to be advancing stages. He was given 2 weeks to live. They gave him a death sentence. That was in 2003. Now 40, Fields has been cancer-free for almost 15 years, and he credits Gleevec, a drug whose use for Fields' illness was still in experimental phase in 2003, with saving his life. Wow. So Gleevec, it works the leukemia. Good to know. Let me close in on that so you can see what it looks like on the screen. Gleevec. Yeah. So if you folks have leukemia, you may want to look this drug up. Gleevec. Okay? Dankeschön, darling, Dankeschön. There he is, Jeffrey Epstein, still at his St. James location. He just kept doing business. He just didn't leave. He's still there. And Dave Chappelle is still not Dave Chappelle. Yeah, oh well. You win some, you lose some. Clearly, he's not the same guy. Clearly. I mean, any moron could say this is an imposter. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah, I got a little older, but no, that's an imposter. I rest my case, Your Honor. Matt, remember you're a risk for nurses. Yeah, they don't want you to touch them. That is what Roman Reigns also used when he had cancer. Really? So you're really getting into the Gleevec thing, aren't you? Hey, Don Corleone, what's going on? Yeah, we got another threat here from Don Corleone. First it was Vito Scaletti, now it's Don Corleone. I mean, you guys are like pulling names out of the hat here. I don't know who's your Don, but it's not Don Corleone. I can tell you that. We got multiple death threats here from certain individuals claiming to be in the mafia. Yeah. No, Preparation H, don't lead him on. He's already been called out. He's been called out as a you know what it's like to have a bullet between your eyes? Of course you don't. Because you never lived to talk about it. Yeah, well, I guess if somebody's got to do it, I got to bring these links in, haul them in, and post them later, I guess. Brock and Michelle have been accused of deplorable behavior as a fight to take another company's trademark. Check this out. These two guys, Barack Obama and Michael Robinson, these two guys want to own the company name The Higher Ground. And the Hollywood Reporter says the Obamas filed a petition to cancel the trademark of the company called Higher Ground Enterprises. The couple had formed Higher Ground Productions LLC, and they want to end Higher Ground Enterprises. And it's like there's no legitimate reason why they do that. Rather than come up with a different name, the couple decided to try and take it for themselves, filing a petition to cancel the trademark for Higher Ground Enterprises, which has been around a long time. And the attorney for the company, Larry Zerner, said, "Meritless petition to cancel my client's trademark," and described their actions as really deplorable behavior by the Obamas. Yeah, they want to create Higher Ground LLC, or Higher Ground Productions LLC. I think Barack Obama should just call it Getting High LLC. I mean, come on. We know you two are higher than a kite most of the time, man. Y'all are smoking crack or something, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm a little bit upset that he's, crack smoking guy has been getting away with this for years. We all know what Larry Sinclair said.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine.
Okay, I've heard enough. That's enough to convince me that Barack Obama likes crack cocaine. David, your blackmail impression is kind of in need of something. I don't know what. I'm not trying to impersonate any black person. I'm imitating myself in blackface, so I'm a caricature of myself. So I have no idea how black people talk. I don't live in a black neighborhood, man. I mean, they'd be looking at me going, "Whitey, what are you talking about like black man?" And I don't know how they talk. All I know is that the men who have approached me and said and called me honky and whitey and all these things, they talk like that. That's all I know. It's not. Hey, William, I've been a victim of racism all my life, and I've been called out as a honky, a cracker, a Wonder Bread, whitey. I don't know why I would have to experience this abuse and not be able to imitate these people who walk up to me and call me these names. So, I have freedom of speech, in case you didn't know. It's one of those inalienable rights that are guaranteed in the Constitution, in case you even knew that the Constitution exists. Hate to bring it to you, but you got to fight for your rights. Look at Matt. He's fighting for the right to get $5,000 a month because he's so disabled. He's sitting in a wheelchair, peeing on himself every day, and they only give him $1,500 a month to survive. I did not see Mrs. say that. I am checking chat. We are not allowing any use of the word. Yeah, it's a matching picture. Let's take a look. Now you're looking at the simplicity of a man who likes blue shirts, light blue shirts, and likes to fold his arms, right? You see that? That was when he was 1992 scoping out some ladies on the dance floor with our president. Yeah. There it is, right there. And now let's take a look at the other picture. A guy in a light blue shirt folding his arms, looking straight up. It looks just like him. I don't know about you, but I think that's a solid commonality between those two photos. That's another thing to justify a deep grand jury investigation into this entire event. Thank you, and thank you for your interest. It's extremely important to William Barr that we get to the bottom of this, because the sooner we close the case of Jeffrey Epstein, the sooner William Barr won't have to investigate his dad, who got Jeffrey Epstein his first job. Here's William Barr, our unbelievably corrupt Attorney General.
We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability. Let me assure you that this case will continue on against anyone who was complicit.
Well, that would be you. So are you going to investigate yourself? Because your dad, Donald Barr, hired none other than Jeffrey Epstein when he wasn't even a math graduate from college to teach underage girls at the Dalton Prep School. Your dad, William Barr, was simply in on it. Let's just say he was a part of it. The abyss of narcissism that Jeffrey went on after he became a math teacher without even a degree from college. Who hires a guy to be a math teacher at a prep school without a degree from college? Donald Barr does. And we featured this story. Yeah. Google employees do not allow their children to watch YouTube alone. So what does Google know that we don't know?
That a lot of weird people are on YouTube.
Thank you. And they're censoring people who are trying to expose that fact. They pulled videos off that expose the weird people on YouTube. Instead, they leave the weird people on YouTube, and then they tell their kids they can't watch it. That's suspicious in and of itself. Okay. Sarah's back. Got your purple
and
shirt.
The thing is that kids, when kids watch things, they don't always. Oh, wow! Look at the imprint on this, the thing for my dress. Did you see that?
Wow, that's wild. It has like a flower imprint on the velour, the rich Corinthian leather.
Yeah, but sometimes kids don't understand the difference between fact and fiction and what's real and what's not, and when they watch things on YouTube, they tend to think that a lot of things are real. I mean, that was a case not just way before YouTube, when Superman first came out. When Superman first came out, there were kids that were jumping off of 2-story buildings like that one, and out of the top floor windows, because I'm going to put on my super cape and I'm going to be Superman, and breaking bones and worse. And Mr. Rogers had stopped doing videos at that point, and he's like, oh my goodness, we should do a show on superheroes, a week on superheroes, and how
He
you know
did.
that's what you see isn't always what's real, and that can be dangerous to play around as a superhero. And he was one of those that did say kind of like, you should watch that. He testified in front of Congress saying that he wanted people to have VCRs so that they could watch his show, that parents could watch his show with their children.
Mm-hmm.
And that, you know, then he could also watch adult shows. But that's, you know, it's like, it is really important to watch. If you're going to allow your child to watch media, it's important to watch with them and know what you're doing and have conversations. And it's also important to be able to turn off the media. My sister right now, she realized that her son has had a lot of media exposure, so much so that he was with his dad for a while, and they weren't together, and anyway, she went to go pick him up, and he would be like, hey, and he'd just go back to his device, and she's like trying to teach him, hey, when someone says hello to you, to be respectful. So she's trying to kind of show that devices aren't, it's good to like take a hiatus from devices for a while. I know you guys don't because you're in here 6 days a week with David, but
It's okay. People who are in restaurants and expecting to meet people aren't going to meet people when they're looking at their iPhone.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I noticed it the other, you know, there's this person I'd be like, wow, this is someone I would probably go up to and say hello and nice, you know, what do you, like if they were reading a book versus reading a phone. If they're reading out of a book, I was like just analyzing myself and my own thoughts, and in this coffee shop, I saw somebody looking at a phone, and I was like, if they were reading a book and they looked lonely, I was like, if they were reading a book, it's like, it's kind of a conversation starter, like, oh, what are you reading? And, you know, is that a good book? Whereas when you're looking at a phone, the problem with phones is that you don't know if you're interrupting a conversation. You know, it's like, you can't just say, oh, what are you playing or what are you reading? It's more like, well, are they talking to somebody else? And I don't want to be rude by trying to introduce myself and be friendly, but yeah, anyway.
Okay, we're maxed out on our RAM, so I have to suggest, do you want to keep this link to all the Mr. Rogers shows starting with number 1?
Well, you can just bookmark it.
Okay, I'm flipping it in the Flipboard category.
Or you can do the star, either way.
Okay, I'll bookmark it under a star for you.
Sure.
Okay, done. Great. Schools will be required to teach cursive writing under a bill. School boards may oppose the proposal. Sarah can look at that in a bit. Hang on.
Our school does teach cursive writing. I used to think they didn't, but they actually do. They have, we use handwriting without tears to teach cursive writing. It starts in 3rd grade. We use it for teaching print in basically kindergarten through 2nd grade.
Okay. With latest attack, ransomware cancels class in Flagstaff. Despite the ransomware rampage at schools, survey finds citizens unwilling to pay for local fixes. You know, so many schools are falling victim to ransomware. I've heard it's been happening, and they'll pay out of their fee. The school districts will pay like $500,000 to fix their computers. I mean, that's ridiculous. I just can't believe we're allowing schools to buckle under ransomware threats. I don't know. Do you want to keep that for any purposes? No. Okay.
I don't live in Flagstaff.
All right. And I think we're done there. This is Ivanka Trump meeting female entrepreneurs in Argentina. There she is, getting into her super limo. Meeting entrepreneurs. She's very tall, isn't she? She must be like 6 feet.
Tall. She's like 5'11", 6 feet tall.
Yeah. She's such an ambassador for her father. It's nice to see, you know, her doing good work. Yeah. They should have. Schools should have a closed computer system, but they don't. I know many schools. Sarah can talk about that. How revisions are occurring, because this is her field of study. She's got a master's degree in this subject.
No, I mean,
In learning technologies,
well, learning and technology, but it's like, can you integrate technology into your classroom? Yes.
Yes, you can.
So, I mean, it's very cool, but sometimes I downplay it because it's not as...
According to IMDb, Ivanka Trump is 5'11", exactly the height of Sarah. Sarah's 5'11" too. You would see eye to eye. Okay, I think we've got a lot of things going here. Monster.com says a third party exposed user data but didn't tell anyone. Really? Not our third party, but a third party. So we found out that Mark Zuckerberg was responsible for losing 400+ million accounts on an open file. Monster.com says a third party exposed user data but didn't tell anyone. Okay. An exposed web server storing resumes of job seekers has been found online. Okay, well, this is typical of many companies that just have backdoors and haven't bothered to hire a tech division to prevent that from happening. Our country is being run by overpaid numbskulls that think that they're doing their job when they never even bother to install security patches in their software. All right, thanks for your link, Keith Mars. Sarah's going to take over for a while. I'll be back. Thank you.
He's making her his CEO, as he should. She's got a good brain on her shoulders, and she's good. She's good. Question: high school requires downloading of a CIA root certificate to use the Wi-Fi. Wait, no, downloading of a California root what's this California root certificate? CA root certificate? I think that's all with that whole thing about eating Tide Pods. I think that's all like troll activity, pushing people into doing things they normally wouldn't do. And kids watching the internet and not knowing what's real and what's not. No, I don't think so, no. No, we don't have to download something to use the Wi-Fi. And in fact, people can bring their own devices to use the Wi-Fi. There might be some root certificates on... I mean, I do remember something about root certificates on... Certificate Authority. I do remember some of those on certain devices a while ago. But now, I mean, people can bring their own device to our school system and you know, sign into our Wi-Fi. There is a splash page like you've got to agree to the terms of service. Don't add this, but how to fix social media. This is a Gran and Vaknin conversation. You really like that Vaknin character. Second one. Who are you talking to, Bob BH? Well, that's basically what they agreed to when they bring their devices. Keith Mars says if your organization requires a root certificate, they can see all of your traffic and insert content whenever they want to on any page you're surfing to. Oh. Okay. Who says not to call you friend, Bob? My friend. The site was being overloaded. Oh, preparation H. And I agree with you. Some kids are more talented today in certain areas. Oh, you like my hair like in the 2 braids? I did that yesterday. I put it into 2 braids when I was going to sleep. As you can I'm getting ready for bed. And when I woke up, I took the braids out and let it flow. And it gives this like wavy effect. So I kind of like that. I look better dressed down than dressed up because I look like the girl next door, because I kind of am like the girl next door. Oh. Okay, Keith says they can replace the ads on any site with their own sites. For example, just look up man in the middle attack, which is commonly referenced with required root certificates. Okay, thank you, Keith, man. Keith Mars. Sometimes it's streaming lag and sometimes it's just me because I don't talk constantly. What is that, Drag King? I don't know what that is. I have to look that up. Man in the middle attack, and I don't want to look up anything. David has, I will count them on here. On one, he has 2 accounts open. Okay, that's fine. 2 tabs. That's okay. On another one, he has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sites open. And another one, he's got, so that's 10. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. 37, actually 40 tabs open. So I'm sorry if I don't click on any of your links. I'm like 47 tabs. I don't know if I'd like a collard sandwich. Is that like collard greens? Yeah, you're in the bathroom and you just heard me counting. You heard me counting all of the tabs that David has open. I feel like going through and just starting to delete stuff, or at least close out of it. Collards between 2 cornbreads with fatback and chow chow. What the heck is chow chow? Yeah, you're right with the vertical tabs. I don't think he wants to experiment with it either. Yeah. Oh. Why do you think it would make his life easier? Wouldn't there still be 37 tabs open? You've been doing that for a while. How many videos does Allura have? He can see what's on the list and have a scrollable list. Oh, okay. All right, now I've got 38. Yeah, that's a good point. Why put all the tabs at the top of the window when there's more space on the side of the screen for them? Tree style tabs for Firefox. Anything like that for Chromium? You're like, why? You should be using Firefox. Okay. I agree with you, Bob. Now they either put them in prison or they're on the street. More likely to be on the street than in prison even. Okay. I should install it for him. And while I do that, man in the middle root. There's an SSL store, secure socket layer store, blog, man in the middle attacks. Help Komodo. Okay. You hope David has a plan to resolve that problem. Yes, it would cost us more, but we should take care of sick people. I agree, we should take care of sick people. And yes, it might cost us more, but we have the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which is already costing us quite a bit to educate people with disabilities. And then there's a disability where they have a disability check to see if the people can be independent. I mean, it's good that people can be as independent as possible, but sometimes you wonder. Okay, yes, man in the middle attacks. Good. Oh, I will make sure that all vets have access to EMDR therapy. I think that's how you call it. I'll double check. Yes. Eye movement desensitization reprocessing is an interactive psychotherapy technique used to relieve psychological stress. It is an effective treatment for trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder. It's the only post-traumatic stress disorder effective therapy that I know of. Well, you can get whoever you want on the ballot. 42. In order to get someone on the ballot, you have to go and collect enough petitions to get them on the ballot as an independent candidate. It varies from state to state. Some states don't even allow it, or don't allow write-ins, but each state has their own laws. Our laws, you could do that too, but it won't necessarily count. Yeah, I know. That's scary. Having to leave the house. You don't necessarily have to leave the house if you have a vote by mail ballot. We have that here in our state. Odin, you say people are deserved. Sarah, sometimes people may be lacking in one thing, not under disability, but have a learning problem, and this is not under the disability, so they do not get the funds financially. That bipedal thing. Oh my goodness, that made me laugh too, Drag King. More fun in our life. Bipedal. I know, I have a weird sense of humor. I really do. Yeah, if you're concerned someone is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, do look into EMDR. 295, can you be elected as a write-in candidate? Yes, that's what David's attempting to do. Oh, that would be good if they had it around here. Like I said, they don't have the brisket sandwich here. Well, David is a nice person to live vicariously through.
Have what?
A brisket sandwich and to live vicariously through you.
A brisket sandwich?
Yeah.
What do you mean? You can have a brisket sandwich?
They don't have a brisket sandwich at the Costco near here. They apparently sell them at the Costco in their...
Oh, in their area? Yeah.
In their area.
They've got organic burgers in Charleston, in Charlottesville.
Yeah, in Virginia.
Yeah.
You want me to go to Costco? Why? I'll go to Costco sometime. Oh, really? Can I close out of that California boat fire thing? Biden's eyes windows to his soul. New Epstein photo released by White House. Tell you how what works, Busarama. how write-in candidates work, how getting someone on the ballot works, how changing the world works. What do you need? Can you be more specific with this? I know pronouns, they're really difficult to deal with. You've seen people who can do some things and then they can't work based on lack of learning disability. You know, a lady, she can't count very well, so she couldn't go for a cashier, yet her line of field changed to where she needed to count. She knows fear her job is at risk. She now fears her job is at risk. She wouldn't qualify for disability. This isn't just you just saying. Why can't she count? Can she use a calculator that can count for her, basically? Oh, well, yes, David does think he has a chance. No worries, Bob. I am David's companion for life. People believe that it's possible, and I suppose it is possible. I don't know what to say to you besides that, Basarama. You don't want to be uncomfortable and make someone feel bad. Be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Thank you, Bob. What's the point of learning cursive nowadays? They say that the point of learning cursive is to be able to get your thoughts out in a fluid manner. Huh. You need another beer, okay. That's good, Odin. I'm glad you're a loyal friend. I thought that was good article. I didn't.
So if you're gonna have a rainbow, what do you have to have a lot of on your plate?
You have to have a lot of fruits and vegetables.
Bingo.
This is...
Oops. Okay. County and Monastery of Sponheim. Sorry, I should show you what I'm looking of. Oh, I've heard that. Some people like Bud. Do you like Budweiser, Bud Light? Oh, I'm freezing just because I sometimes don't talk. Sorry. I don't mean to be that way, but sometimes I am. I'm just trying to go through David's browsers and get rid of these, like, at least this stuff.
want me to grill you a burger?
Do I want a grilled burger?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'm okay.
There's that other stuff too, liverwurst.
Yeah, I'll have liverwurst if I feel like it. I made a flipboard called Epstein, and I'm just flipping a bunch of your stuff in there.
Okay.
Because you had 47 tabs open.
Yeah, I know.
And I just felt like it was a little too much.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I think this was already flipped, so.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't flipped. No, that was real video footage of Epstein.
There was another one that had real video footage of him.
No, that was not the same one. I have to go back and get that. Hit history.
See, yes, it is. This is
There's different numbers. That's 2. This is 1. This is 1 and 2. This is the one with actual picture of Jeffrey Epstein. Flip this one. And if you could put this in videos tonight. Okay. And just save it for tonight. 1909. Thank you.
Do you want that with the other one?
That's fine. No, the other one's not needed. Just that's good enough. And you can X out of the Roger Waters jam. That was very good, but it's okay. Save all of the, oh my gosh, what happened to 153? We've got them all lined up for tonight. What are you doing? You knocked out all the 153 shows. I've got 5 lined up for tonight.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I'll take over. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, you just got rid of our entire evening of shows. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, have a good one. Get some sleep. Take care. Bye-bye. Jesus. She's just completely dismantling my entire show. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I've got gun grab begins, breaking news, photo released. I just got all these things I've got to bring in. Yeah, I keep them all lined up for that purpose. Yeah, Sarah's really not really aware of all the things we do in our show because she's doing her other things, Yeah, I've got that video already. I've got to rebuild this entire thing. Okay. It's okay, it's no big deal. Yes, I can be elected as a write-in candidate, assuming I have 34 states I'm written in as. There's a problem with the writing process. Each state now requires, there's I think 25 states that require me to
this is straight up
pay a fee and actually sign up as a write-in candidate in their state. So in the past 4 years, they've made it more difficult. Actually 5 or 6 years, they've made it more difficult for people to actually become a write-in candidate. The problem is we don't have the infrastructure to actually build a candidacy. We can't even get people to get me as a write-in candidate in their state. I've asked people to make efforts to get me as a write-in candidate. I'll be glad to sign any document. You're welcome to do it, but it's more than likely your activities are a result of years of consuming lithium and fluoride in your diet, and you have no idea what's going on. So I don't blame you. You can't help it if you're just kind of like, I don't know what to do.
Hi everyone,
Okay, I think we got them all built up now. Yeah, it turns out that the American people are being slowly poisoned, and they're unable to make any credible decisions about their future, especially getting a person on the ballot. And that's become a pandemic of sorts of apathy. Yeah, there's a rumor that some states make it illegal to write somebody in who's not legal for it. Exactly. It's a law that's slowly trying to keep people from ever getting involved in politics. The write-in laws themselves are already automatically geared against any new people and new parties They're all designed to, be barriers. And now 25 states require me to actually file in advance of the election individually. And in some cases pay a fee. Yeah, think about it. A lot of people are upset in their role in life. Many women are not happy doing dishes. Good point, Odin. You lost a lot of that? It froze? Well, there you have it. They're trying to knock you out. Yeah, Bob. VH. Well, essentially, every one of these states is making it more difficult to become a write-in candidate. You actually have to apply in advance of the state the election happening. So even the chances of a write-in candidate are becoming more and more difficult. No, not going to make a collared sandwich, but she wants a nice big burger. That's what she wants. And she'll get it too. Anyway, the hopelessness of the American political process has become more and more obvious over the years that we've done this. Not only do people not want to donate, but it's possible that we haven't been able to get donations too. I'm going to go to Gmail and see if we had any donations recently from anyone. Okay, good. Yeah, we had an automatic payment from, no, we didn't have an automatic payment. No. We have yet to receive oh, we got money, hang on. We did get a donation from a person, yes. $10.52. And that person has donated before. So he tested out the system where somebody who's donated before can donate again. But we're still hearing from other people that try to donate that can't. So that's new people. Hey, take care, Bob. Well, I think I'd make a great president too, but again, it's going to take a lot of effort by the American people to get my name out there. I'm not spending the money on myself, Misanthropy. It goes directly into our VPN, our very important network, virtual private network. That's what the donations are going toward right now. We haven't received many, so all we can do is keep this VPN running. It's the only way I can broadcast at this point because of all the DDoS attacks, like the one that happened in our early show tonight. During my cooking show, I had to stop my cooking show. Sarah ended up making up the dinner. It was a very good dinner, but I couldn't do the cooking show because of a DDoS attack. I don't want an introductory free month of any standard VPN. I have a very select VPN. It's extremely unusual. I would never tell you what it is either because it's so unusual. It's a VPN that actually adheres to all the laws, but isn't out there for the government to censor. So it's kind of sad. Judge rules terrorism watch list violates constitutional rights. This was a very good story. I think it's certainly relevant to what we're doing. I don't ever want to be considered a terrorist. I've never been a person against our country in my entire life. I've always been trying to work within the system, the framework of our nation, just to get things done. But there are people that are very, very serious about their beliefs. Some of them are maybe even militant groups supporting alt-right or white supremacist groups, things like that. You know, those people could be called homegrown terrorists. That's right. You have to let somebody else have their own life if you're with them. And the government says being on the watch list can restrict people from traveling or entering the country if you're on the terrorist watch list. And they can put any name they want on it. So it's a violation of your First Amendment law rights if they put Americans on the terrorist watch list. About 1.2 million people were on the watch list, maintained by the FBI's Terrorist Screening Center. Although a vast majority of them were foreigners abroad, about 4,600 people were American citizens. who are protected by the Constitution. It's not 4,600 people that are having their rights abridged. Handyman Jim? Hanking and Jim looks like he could be your older cousin. No, I haven't seen that person. Preparation H, your typing is not consistent with a person who's 96 years old. Unless you sat and hunt and pecked for 15 minutes, but you're typing so quickly between chats that we can detect that you're clearly... Yeah, you're clearly not 96. Arthritis would have slowed your fingers down by now. So there's 4,600 Americans on the terrorist watch list. Isn't that amazing? Unbelievable. You know, we haven't had a terrorist attack since 9/11. And some people are wondering, was that a terrorist attack? Here's a university that concluded, a study concluded that fire did not break down Building 7. A scientific study was done. I'm going to play you the video of this group. It's really, they made some strides breaking down the simple fact that a fire, structural damage, could not have taken down Building 7. No plane hit that building, so there's lots of questions permeating about the alleged terrorist attack at 9/11. Story high-rise that collapsed at 5:20. Based on drawings from Building 7's construction, the engineers created sophisticated computer models of the structure. What did they discover? Contrary to the government's account, fires could not have caused the collapse. This should come as no surprise. Since no steel-framed high-rise had ever collapsed from the fire before 9/11, models also show that the only way to replicate the observed collapse is to simulate the failure of every column at nearly the same time. Ask yourself which model looks more likely the actual collapse. I'll go with the one in the middle. Yeah. Science confirms what your eyes tell you.
Amazing, incredible picture word.
Building 7 did not collapse from fire. End of story. Learn more at Architects and Engineers 911truth.org. AE911truth.org. I'm glad I played that because this is a very important factoid that is just constantly being ignored by the public. Here we are 20 years ago, nearly 20 years ago. 9/11 is a distant memory for some people, but yet it's still an unsolved crime where not one person has been apprehended. Not one person has been held accountable for the death of 2,996 people. Now, I know if any of you had relatives in 9/11, you'd be really upset if the story had not been completely analyzed. But many of you don't have relatives in 9/11, so you could give a crap, you know? I'm just trying to catch up with the chat here, talking about bacon with your collard greens. Would you grease the pan with bacon and then fry the bread before you put your collard greens in the middle with a little butter and cheddar cheese? You wouldn't? Okay, so here we are offering a brand new plan of building the country back up, an infrastructure bank with 2% loans to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour, and a chance for everybody in America who's a U.S. citizen to get $500 as long as they're an adult. Isn't that nice? Okay, lashing of the coast going on. North Carolina authorities deliver an update as the Hurricane Dorian advances on the Carolinas. Nothing happening other than that. And the crew of the doomed diving ship off the coast of California said that they tried to save passengers. And the California dive boat owners filed a lawsuit to avoid liability after the deadly fire. Wow. So now they're filing a lawsuit to avoid liability. Wow, that's unusual. Usually see people being charged with suits. They're filing a suit instead. Oh, vitamin E is suspected in serious lung problems among people who vaped cannabis. Whoa. That's kind of messed up. Vitamin E now a focus of the investigation into some vaping illnesses. Now, I think some people are vaping this cyanide that comes from a certain type of pesticide that is normally used on grapes. When they smoke it, it actually turns into cyanide. I don't think this is necessarily a vaping issue. Okay. A cluster of severe respiratory illnesses among people who've used e-cigarettes. There have been 215 reported cases in 25 states. Okay, nearly 36 of those cases are in New York State. They're now zeroing in on vitamin E as a possible culprit. High levels of vitamin E in cartridges of cannabis vaping products used by people who vaped and suffered serious language. Huh. At least one vitamin E acetate containing vape product has been linked to each patient. Huh. It's usually a safe dietary supplement or cream, but vaping it could be harmful. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, don't be vaping no vitamin E in your dabs. I don't know anybody. Hey, could I get a dab with some vitamin E in it? I just like that THC and vitamin E flavor. I don't know. Dublin journalists recount how Mike Pence shat on the new carpet in Ireland's spare room. What? You've got to be kidding me. This is too weird. A journalist, right, a Dublin journalist recounts how Mike Pence shat on the new carpet in Ireland's spare room. Oh my gosh. This journalist compared Mike Pence's recent visit to Ireland and strong declaration of support for Brexit to a House guest who was discovered to have shat on the new carpet in the spare room. The one you bought specially for him. No. He's just using coining the phrase he's shatting on the carpet. I mean, really? That's a stretch. Mike didn't take a crap on the carpet, for crying out loud. After all, Mike's a good God-fearing Christian who happens to hide his emails because they talk about, little children. Yeah, reveal your AOL emails, Mike. Oh, you know something? They just closed AOL down. I wonder if they did it just to get rid of Mike Pence's AOL account. Seriously. I would not doubt that one bit. Yeah, he got rid of his all those emails on his private server were on AOL, and AOL just closed down. They're not going to have any backup emails. Oh well, there goes all those references to kids. That's really shocking. Trying to put away the World Trade Center video in my World Trade Center section. But it's so far back that I can't even find it. We don't have a lot of news to really speak of. I mean, our economy is still languishing. The Dow Jones is bouncing around like some retarded child. 372 points up. Uncanny, unparalleled growth from one lie said by Donald Trump last week. Oh, we're opening up talks with China. And it's gone up 1,500 points since that word, and they verified it, and China hadn't even heard from him when he said it. So all Donald Trump had to say was, we're opening up talks with China, and that was it. 1,500 points up since then. Good night, Mad Dog. Sleep well. Don't drink. Yeah, $15 minimum wage, yeah. I know. Thank you for keeping track, At least you're keeping track of all these ideas. Zip it. It goes up 300, then down 300 every week. Sir, farts a lot. No. The stock market's been up 1,500 points since Donald Trump lied about opening talks with China. I'm not kidding. I wish I was. Here's Beverly Eckert. She knew that her husband should not have died in the 9/11 attack. And she went out and talked to a lot of people and even gathered together with Obama. Her husband was killed during the 9/11 attacks. She rejected $1.8 million from the government and filed a lawsuit against them instead. She was a loudmouth and a well-known figure in the 9/11 truth movement. Coincidentally, days after meeting President Obama, she died in a plane crash. And you know what's not referenced here? This is going to shock all of you. Barack Obama bought her that plane ticket that she died on. She and another activist died that night. They were given a plane ticket to go to some conference in Chicago. I'm not kidding. He bought her the plane ticket that she died on. And all she was doing is rejecting their cash offer and said, hey, there's something more to the story. And she was terminated. Well, Beverly, you were a strong woman, and I really want to thank you and your husband for your efforts to try to expose the truth. I'm so sorry you're dead. It's very sad. Thank you. I'm going to keep that in my library of sad things. Putting in library of sad things. This comes under the heading of 9/11. Beverly Eckert. Good night, Mad Dog. Sleep well. Trump's protectionist trade policy was also Dave's, except Trump is like, screw you, China, whereas Dave would solve it diplomatically. Trump would rather use nukes. Boy, you should write copy for me to know. You're doing very well. I was talking about Chinese goods many years ago being, worthless. But I also believe that we needed to have a tariff to create ecological balance. And it would have been an ecological and human rights tariff. It wouldn't have been just a tariff to kill business with China. I was proposing an ecological tariff of only 15% max. Trump's already up to 30%. Hey, here's the full 95 pages of Epstein's Black Book where you'll find everybody. Yeah. Little Black Book, everybody. Yeah, apparently Epstein's butler got a hold of his Black Book and all the names on it. Did it download or something? I didn't get it. It didn't seem to open for me. I think I have it anyway. Don't worry about it. Hey, checking your stream, looking good. Okay, we're rolling out one casting old shows. It was like casting your live show now. I like your chat room the best because I get to talk. Thanks. You were in a couple of UHF Plus chat rooms regarding me. They keep talking about me. At least they're talking about me, right? I do not like Jim Carrey. Ever since he disappeared and he was replaced. Yeah, I'm not sure who he is now. He said that he didn't exist. So, who is he? Your guess is as good as mine. He's younger than me, but he seems a little bit more, seriously stressed out about life, Who is this guy? Exactly. He certainly isn't me, that's for sure. Yeah, I've been through some tough times. Pet Detective, Ace Ventura, I had to talk out of my butt, but changes in my face have really helped. And now that I've got this new look, everyone likes me. And I don't have to I don't have to draw and paint like a terrible artist. Yeah, a little lightening of the hair and some augmentation in the nose to get rid of that distinctly Jewish nose. That was one of the key things. David, as POTUS, what will you do about kids using birth control to get high? I don't even know how anyone would do that. Yeah, my public option idea was stolen by Joe Biden. Yeah. And, you know, he's pitching the public option idea now over the bunch of people claiming Medicare for all. I think he's better off doing that. Elizabeth Warren took Dave's 2% wealth tax on top of earners. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's amazing how many people steal my ideas now. Oh, look. There's another Nazi in here. Oh, Xenu 1488. Yeah. Are you aware, Xeno, that that's a symbol for white supremacy? I didn't know that until tonight. Yeah. Are you aware that you're symbolizing white supremacy in the show, Xeno? Now, I'm not going to feature that story about kooks. No. Well, you're not answering me, Xenu. So getting an STD is less of a worry than getting pregnant, according to millennials. Interesting. You'd rather get herpes, permanent herpes, than to give birth to a child? Wow. Bilingual dad is not, no, he's not Rodney, no. But you're posting far-right videos, and 42 bilingual dad is saying that, yeah. I was the first to shun reading teleprompters and taking corporate funds. It's true, I am. Okay, well, if you chose this number randomly, you are not in any way indicted by this argument that you are a white supremacist. Thank you. David, they can look into the Epstein hard drive and they can find a lot of email, I think. Oh, yeah, he's got all kinds of stuff. That whole story was completely covered up. They closed down the criminal case, even though they found all kinds of implicating information in Trump's Manhattan apartment when they arrested him. Yeah, he was in the process of watching kiddie porn, apparently, and then they arrested him, and then they faked his death. And now he's living in Epstein Island again. I mean, I hate to bring you up to speed, but that's where we're at right now, and the government doesn't even want to bother looking into this guy. It's a closed-cut case. They're done. NYPD got all the information, and FBI got all the information out of his island area. We saw footage of that, and then Epstein moved back to the island. He's completely stripped clean of any evidence against him, and he's living there now. I don't know. If there's Nazis in here, I'll tell you. We always ban Nazism. That's right. John Kerry was born in 1962. I was born in 1960. Jim Carrey is definitely younger than me by 2 years. Jim Carrey said what Osama bin Laden did was terrible, but he doesn't hold a candle to Mitch McConnell. So Jim Carrey's coming out striking against Mitch McConnell. I'm glad, because I don't like Mitch McConnell either. I think he's working for Russia. I think I can hang out with Jim Carrey and we could have a conversation about this.
With the NRA, I have a lot of respect for the people at the NRA, and I have already spoken to them on numerous occasions, and frankly,
He wants to do respectful background checks, intelligent background checks. I thought he said background checks were off the table. Well, oh, that's right. He stole my idea of saying off the table. Actor and artist Jim Carrey has hit out at Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell over his apparent failure to impose stricter gun control laws while unveiling his latest political cartoon. Oh gosh, Jim Carrey is actually, yeah, he's actually truly a super liberal in favor of gun control. Wow, I'm so glad I'm not Jim Carrey. Germ carry, yes. Do CBD enemas cause euphoria? I don't know. It's okay if I say I don't know. Unlike Trump, I don't say, oh, the hurricane's definitely going to Alabama. I've been saying it all along. I'm right. I'm very right. I just think he's troubled. I think Jim is very troubled. I think he's had a lot of problems with his love life. And that girlfriend he was living with who killed herself, and the suit by her family claiming that Jim Carrey had told her that he had given her an STD, causing her death, must weigh pretty heavily on the star. But the star is not that funny, and he never really was. The problem with Jim Carrey is he knows too much. He's obviously one of the Illuminati puppets. I would recommend, Jim, if you know too much, stop talking. Or tell it all. Tell the truth, Jim. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't talk right now. I'm working on an oil painting that looks like shit. Yeah, why don't you draw shit? Like a big pile of shit, Jim. Surely you could do that. Epstein doesn't need to change his look, Ivan. He's seen out in his island. He doesn't have to change his look. He's fine the way he looks. Why would Epstein need to change his look? He's already covered up his death. Oh yeah, and Living Color was hilarious, but that wasn't just Jim Carrey. That was a lot of very, very good African-American talent. Yeah. Alabama says Trump promised us a hurricane. I was hoping I'd get out of my mortgage and get some insurance money. Jim, Kim Karen, Kim Carnes, Betty Davis Eyes. Are we doing stream of consciousness tonight? I thought this was Technology Thursday. I am not concerned about the video that's been put out. I've already alluded to the possibility that I may be CGI. I'm giving the elitists every opportunity to use me as a person, and they haven't even caught on. An American president, third-party presidential candidate? What a great opportunity for these people to try to exploit me. I'm giving every opportunity with all my video archives of them to regraft my face and turn it into a CGI show. You'd think they'd do that. But no. They want to actually, they're so stupid they want to suppress me. I have no fears whatsoever they're going to take my video. Because they're that stupid they wouldn't even imagine the growth of a third party. They wouldn't predict it. I don't need a hologram made of me because I simply need to be seen by the mainstream media. Give me 5 to 10 minutes of the mainstream media and I will shake and bake American politics. Shake and bake. Bobby Ricky, the famous Bobby Ricky shake and bake song. Remember that?
Bobby is my best friend.
That was the shake and bake song. Okay. I wish I could help all of you, but I already have. I told you that Mexico's Navy has saved the day. They found 52,000 pounds of fentanyl shipped from a Maersk vessel. Maersk Line is connected, ironically, to Ghislaine Maxwell. Indirectly, her boyfriend is involved heavily with the Maersk Line. Anyway, nothing to do with her, but Mexico has seized 52,000 pounds of fentanyl from Shanghai, China, which would have been on the street or worse, in bottled water or something. We just saved a whole lot of lives. Thank you, Mexico. Gracias, amigo. You're the best. Thank you, Mexico. We appreciate your effort. And I wouldn't be like Trump and treat you so badly that they literally treat Mexico like they're not helping with the immigration problem. And here they saved us 52,000 pounds of dangerous fentanyl. WTC looking. There it is. Okay, good. Survey says well, many stories are leading back to Ghislaine, or Ghislaine, we'll call her Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, she's connected to that story, the fact that her boyfriend is a high-level operative in the Maersk line. There's also the simple fact that she's going to be releasing 2,000 new pieces of information. I think she's still on the run. I think that Ghislaine Maxwell is probably the loose cannon that could still blow up in the pizza or Pedogate story. Yep. Every single thing we look at shows the FBI is not investigating Ghislaine Maxwell or any of the women that were there enabling Jeffrey Epstein. Hey, here's a technology that I think whose time has come. You know, the idea of traveling in a jet that's got a huge blimp on top of it is my idea. And it's been stolen by Boeing and other companies, but it doesn't really matter. I want everyone to know that I want this idea to come to fruition. And what I'm promoting is the concept of 85% reduction in fuel consumption. The blimp itself will carry it up into the air. Well, the report that came out about her did its best to keep her from sounding guilty. Maybe because they haven't probed her any deeper than just the madam that Jeffrey Epstein used. She's not really being investigated because the FBI has dropped the ball on Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein's an intelligent officer and it's still in play. No. If you are getting Social Security, you don't get an extra $500 a month. If you are getting disability, you don't get another $500 a month. Yeah, so most likely Ghislaine Maxwell is protected, but what I think is weird, and if you look at how she showed her hand by revealing a book in some pasted up Photoshop picture of her in front of In-N-Out Burger, like she was at In-N-Out Burger, yeah, sure. Well, that pasted up book revealed what happens to CIA agents that speak out of turn, the lives and deaths of CIA agents. And that book is sold out, by the way. That was the biggest reveal of her hand, that she's worried. She's telling the CIA, back off. That means that she's still worried. We can deduce from that. Now, we learned earlier that Ghislaine Maxwell has a history of internet activities. She was building a search engine prior to Google. It seems like Ghislaine Maxwell could be a jilted technocrat, and her primary MO would be to get money quick. So why not, team up with a guy who's got money every which way, Jeffrey Epstein, and ways of getting it anytime he needs. Everybody who's a U.S. adult citizen gets $500 each, including welfare people. Welfare will be disappearing after this program is implemented, but there'll be a phase-out period. The idea is to get rid of welfare completely and get women who are having to take care of kids on the WIC program with a robust amount of money for food, more than enough to carry their food budget. Because women on welfare tend to cash in so they can buy some nice things for their kids, except they're not nice things, they're rings on their finger. I met a woman from the South who said she was a foster mother. She said, I take care of foster children. And she had like 5 diamond rings on her hand. It's like, I get like $1,200. She was a Southern woman. She wasn't black. She said, I get $1,200 before every single child I take care of per month, because they're all disabled. Yeah, she probably did. She was proud of her hands. It didn't sound black. It was kind of in between black and Southern. Y'all talk like this? That be somebody from the South who taking care of people? Now you add a little bit of this high, here coming down, and then you talk like the South, but then you got a little black accent in it. Big difference in dialect. Anyway, I don't want to get into dialects, okay? Hey, is anybody voting for Pete Buttplug? Yeah. Press 1 if you're planning on voting for Pete Buttplug. Whatever. Hey, nobody's voting for Pete Buttplug. Thank goodness. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to know that, because I really don't think he deserves any votes. He is openly using religion as a way of pretending like other candidates aren't worthy. Calling Ted Cruz out on religious grounds is a little hypocritical, considering God does not endorse that behavior. David, didn't Jim Carrey's girlfriend commit suicide? Yeah, she did, and that's why. Whoa. Yeah, Jim Carrey painted this horrible painting that says no suicide watch is murder. So he believes Epstein was murdered? Well, get with the program. Epstein's still alive, Jim. But didn't your wife, or excuse me, girlfriend commit suicide? Yeah. Did you have her on a suicide watch? Jim? Okay, thanks for the link. I don't think we need to offer anybody anything unless they really, really want to apply. You know, I'm not going to just say, hey, all you U.S. adult citizens, come on in. I personally wouldn't take the money. I wouldn't. I'm too proud to do that, and I don't want the government involved in my life. But people who need the money should be able to get it, and you shouldn't have to have an address to do it. All you have to do is prove you're a U.S. citizen. I think Sarah would be in charge of the Department of Education. She'd be very good with that. Sarah isn't sad because she's on stream. Sarah's sad because she's still doing the show after all these years. Yeah. She doesn't really want to do the show and hasn't for many years. I'm the one who carries the show. I thought you guys knew that. She's happy in her own world as a teacher. She's very successful, and she really doesn't really want to do the show because it's just such a distraction for her. And I don't blame her, really. But at the same time, I need a couple breaks to do my household duties of making dinner and feeding the fish and whatever else I do, you know. But she doesn't really have a real interest in building this third party, and never really has. She did what she could to run for office in 2008 and has been the biggest supporter of this show since. But it's not like she really wants to do this. She doesn't care about chemtrails or any of these things we talk about. She just doesn't care about them. She's like a lot of people in America. I mean, I don't believe that she should be singled out or called out for this, because everyone has the right to remain, you know, to themselves. I don't blame. She doesn't want to hear about Epstein anymore. I don't blame it. A lot of people are getting tired of talking about how Epstein's alive, and they think this show is a joke because I'm the only one talking about it. But I answer to a different drummer than she does. I walk to a different beat. And that's just because we're different people, not because she's better or worse than I am. We both perceive the world differently, but we have similar beliefs on how to fix the world. So this is my idea. This is not Sarah's idea. The blimp plane idea is mine. I still think it's possible. We've got about 7,000 retired jets that could easily be retrofitted with these types of things, and we could actually get them back up again carrying cargo at the very least. I don't do cocaine, never did. I don't make eggs for Sarah. I haven't in a long time. She told me she dislikes eggs and hot dogs. Yeah, but the thing is, Sarah's kind enough to give me the time to do the show. I wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. Now, this plane will save so much energy, it'll go from LA to New York for one-eighth of the amount of energy needed to fly normally. The thing is, it'll take a lot longer. It'll take about 10 hours versus 4. But it gets there, and you can travel on a slow-moving vehicle without a lot of jet noise. And there's no risk of it ever falling or crashing, because unlike our modern fleets, I will be adding parachutes to this. That's right. Parachutes can be retrofitted on the blimp plane. In fact, the entire blimp apparatus may be a veritable parachute in and of itself. Yeah, there's talk about turning the exoskeleton, at least the lines that you can see, those lines around the circle, those could be heavy tensile strength nylon, all connected to an outer parachute that's lightweight Kevlar. Slightly plasticized, so it has some strength, but it could actually open up, creating a massive parachute the size of a large stadium when it's fully deployed. So the possibilities are enormous for the blimp plane. Flyers will go for a 10-hour flight because the maximum cost to go anywhere will be $100. That'll be the fee to go anywhere in the United States, one way. No, the Hindenburg was a disaster of bad flying and canvas outer structure. The blimp plane doesn't have a canvas outer structure. It'll be Kevlar and fireproof as well. Yeah, we're not trying to create some Molotov cocktail in the sky. Really. I mean, this is not the first time. There's been other blimp plane ideas, like this idea is an actual plane that's been put into use. I do advertise Cool Rock. Not on the show yet, though. I'll do it in a few minutes. But yeah, here's another one. This was called the Blimpenberg, and it happened in 1933. In this fateful day, the blimp plane took its maiden voyage across New Jersey, where it encountered electrical field. No. the Blimpenberg, right. So anyway, we got a lot of plans that could very well come to fruition, but it's going to take some creativity. And a lot of you people, you've been pretty much dumbed down with lithium and fluoride. So I don't have a lot of expectations for humanity right now. No, only 23 people died on the Hindenburg. 23 souls. You need to do your research, Howie, before you open your pie hole. Yeah. Let's see how many people died on that fateful day. "35 people died, one more than the terrible fire off the coast of Santa Barbara." Yeah, 35 deaths. Now, are we acting like the boat that blew up off the coast of Santa Barbara, the diving boat, is like the Hindenburg? No, no. Only 35 souls died on that fateful day. Yeah, I don't believe the story about them having tried to get the passengers out. I mean, come on. They were locked inside. It's pretty obvious. All 5 crew members got off unscathed. I mean, if this wasn't like an execution, I don't know what was. That's what it looks like. Something's very weird about that diving boat incident. Yeah, victory for cake is Howie. You didn't know that? Howie's not in the show tonight. You notice that victory for cake is here? Duh. Yeah, Me, Myself, and Irene was funny, but that was when Renee Zellweger was Renee Zellweger. She's no longer the same person. Yeah. I hate to say it, but they got... Renee Zellweger is kind of no longer around. She was replaced. I know, it's kind of hard to believe, isn't it? Well, you just can't change a face like they changed her face. Renee Zellweger was a young lady that was, I say was, married to this Cooper guy. And he hasn't said a word. Bradley Cooper. He hasn't talked about this at all. Oh, that's right. You're not Howie. You're from Albania. You're correct. You're not Howie. I stand corrected. You are correct. Howie took the night off to maybe work things out with his mom. We now go to Renee Zellweger. So Renee Zellweger has apparently the new face and the old face. And the new face is a person who is 5'9", at least. And Renee Zellweger is 5'4". Now, when I go to Renee Zellweger's height online, let me take a look. Yeah, really. A woman beat up Howie for telling her she smells. We're going to now look at Renee Zellweger's height. Now, it was 5'4" at one time. Now it's 1.63 meters. Five feet 4 inches and 11. Yeah, 5'4". So she's, according to this subject, she's 5'4", but the lady on the left, I don't believe is 5'4". I believe if you went to Renee Zellweger, the new Renee Zellweger, and asked how tall is she and took a measurement without her heels on, or with her heels, whatever, I think she'd be taller than 5'4". And that's also true with Alex Jones. Alex Jones would normally be 5'9". I believe he's 6 feet at least, because he's not even Alex Jones. He's been replaced as well. I wouldn't doubt how he has a job at Taco Bell. He seems like an odd character. Yeah, he probably would like eating tacos while he worked. I know these movies were funny, but I mean, we're talking about people being replaced here, okay? That's not exactly funny. Renee Zellweger, her last pictures, she was probably meeting with some music or film producers, and word got out that somebody was probably molesting a child, and she probably said, I won't put up with that. The Renee Zellweger I knew, or at least we all knew, would have said, oh no, I won't put up with that, and probably wanted to speak out. And they just said, well, we don't let this stuff get out, so that's my suspicion. I have a picture of her tall. It's a video of her standing next to an actor who's 6 feet tall, and she's almost eye to eye with the guy. Yeah. Here she is with Richard Gere.
And the Oscar goes to... I'll open this up here. Go ahead.
Okay, now they're standing on the same platform, so Richard Gere is, I believe, 6 feet tall. Let me take a look. He may be 5'11". He is 5 feet 11 inches. So he's 5'11". And this woman, you can clearly see the new Renee Zellweger is theoretically 5'4". He's almost like an inch taller. It's like she's 5'10" or 5'9", not 5'4". All right, so that's proof in and of itself that she's not 5'4". She's clearly 5'9", or 5'10". Victory, I don't know if aliens exist. I believe that there have been numerous fake pictures of aliens across the globe. The technologies that they claim that aliens have certainly been seen, and there have been a lot of sightings of UFOs. I'm more than willing to think that maybe the government's reverse engineered an alien visitation, but there's no photographs of any aliens known in existence that are credible. There's a few that are not credible pictures, but with 5.4 billion cell phones on Earth, there's no actual photograph of an alien. So what makes you think aliens exist? I'm more inclined to believe that mind control exists, MK Ultra exists, the control of people's brains exists, but aliens, no. I'm more inclined to believe that that Adam Lanza was David Hogg. I mean, look at the similarities in their faces. More than likely, you're going to believe that, you know. Yeah, Renee Zellweger is 5'4". Like, so I'm saying that woman was eye to eye with a guy 5'11". She's at least 5'9" at the very least. Misanthropy, I'm telling you, Grimes is not 18 years old. She's not 31 years old. There's some major cover-up going on. I saw the Grimes video last night. She didn't look normal. She looked like she's like underage. And we've known that they've been dating for, what, 5 years now? I know her voice is completely dithered out in the violence video that she created. I seriously don't think she's of age. I don't know what's going on with Elon Musk, but somebody said she's 31. Her wiki for Grimes says 31. And now Renee Zellweger, who doesn't look like Renee Zellweger at all, playing her recent performance of Judy Garland or something. She looks like Judy Garland there. She claims that her comeback story is in it. She says she suffers a series of flops. No. I wasn't healthy. I wasn't taken care of. I was the last thing on my list. No, they got rid of the real Renee Zellweger. She's gone. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. There's no way that's Renee Zellweger. All I ask is that woman has a measuring tape and measure her height. And I can guarantee she's not 5'4", okay? I can also guarantee that Alex Jones is not 5'9". He's 6 foot or 6'1", just like Bill Hicks. Another character this guy created. The real Alex Jones doesn't look a bit like this guy. We've talked about this before. Her hiatus from no. Something happened. I'm fairly sure that Renee Zellweger ran into a crime spree of some sort and was going to report it. The real Renee Zellweger. I would say that if there was a story behind the story, and I were to make this up, I would say that the real Renee Zellweger ran into a bevy of child molesters and coke addicts. That's what I believe. Because they're all over the place in Hollywood. And a woman like her was kind of in the midst of a lot of activities which indicate that she may have been doing drugs. Okay? I'm just going to throw that out there. I have one of her last films on camera where she was openly talking to one of the interviewers, and she seemed high. I believe it was David Letterman. That's the last we saw of the real Renee Zellweger. A little overly happy, a little bit too up, and definitely looked like she was high. Hi. Yeah. I'm not sure what on, but David Weir from Microsoft, we owe you a refund. Yeah. Probably nearly $1 billion. Yeah. or a billion something. I'm not sure what. We are from Microsoft. We owe you a refund. But the Renee Zellweger that we've known in the past had a really wonderful charm. And let me see if I can play her video. This is her on Letterman. Look at how short she was. Yeah. Hoorah. David Letterman is, his height is, uh, 6'1". So clearly the original Renee was 5'4". Richard Gere is worth $100 billion. Okay. And let's play the video.
What kind of stuff? Is it good? Tasty?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how fond you are of, like, squid tendrils. The fried shrimp was interesting. I was relieved. I was very excited. Oh, good, not squid today. We can have fried shrimp.
She behaved very strange in this interview.
Oh, I tell
Yeah. But we've got to try and get Arnold Schwarzenegger back on the show.
Yeah, when was that? Did I miss?
Yeah, he announced that he was going to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a sense that Renee Zellweger is just a really sweet. She was a really sweet woman, and she probably ran into some really bad people in Hollywood. You know. You notice she's not saying anything about the Me Too generation, Harvey Weinstein, all that. She hasn't spoken out about this at all. Really, the real Grimes introduced herself to you? So I find that hard to believe, Misanthropy. I mean, unless you hang out at rave parties all the time in LA, it's unlikely you met the real Grimes. Some woman walked up to him, said she was Grimes, and he didn't believe it. That's when you pull your cell phone out and take a picture, dude. Mo's friend is in the video. Okay. Oh, okay, that'll be fun. Friend of Mo. Yeah, well, good luck. I mean, I hope you met the real Grimes, but I don't think Grimes is 31. And I'm sorry to have to spend my night talking about these people that I don't believe are really the people that are saying that what they're saying is true. I mean, it seems like her age just seems so young in this video. Here it is. It premiered last night. It's called Violence. Let me grab a snippet of it and take a look. Okay. Here she is. Something tells me she's not 31 years old. Okay? Your cell phone camera is covered in tape and the lens is gucky. I had to make Abby wait while I clean it off. So you were partying with Abby Martin and you met Grimes? Okay, I think we got a real psycho here on our hands. Yeah. Oh, sure you were. Have you had your medication yet? This looks like a 14-year-old girl. I don't know. I mean, she's Elon Musk's girlfriend. Okay, Renee Zellweger gushes about boyfriend Doyle Bramhall while attending film gala with her brother Andrew. Okay. This is the guy, Doyle Bramhall. She's been dating for 5 years. And on Thursday said he was a very special person. People don't say that about somebody they've been dating for 5 years. And that's her brother. Yeah, I don't know. See how much she's trying to look like herself? Boy, they really got that look down. They're like really working on it, man. Yeah, they're trying so hard to get her to look like Renee Zellweger. I don't know. Something's not right. I just want to know if she's 5'4". If she's 5'4", I will shut up and I will never say another word. Renee, if you're listening, I want you to measure yourself on camera and put it on YouTube so that I can see it. Preferably clothed. I don't want to see any nudity. Thank you. But doesn't this young girl who's dating, she's 31 years old, dating Elon Musk, doesn't she look like a 15-year-old? I don't delete Abby videos. No, I like Abby's work. Oh, come on. That's a 15-year-old. I mean, it's a professionally edited video, so I'm legally allowed to play it on Mark's site because he says that it's professionally edited and has a 15-year-old. And she claims to be 31 years old, but come on. Am I the only person that says this girl is not 31 years old? I mean, my goodness. Major University finds fire did not bring down Tower 7 on 9/11. Yeah, we played this for tonight. Yeah, I already played the video. Thank you. We definitely added it, Super Saver Dave. Yeah, thank you, man. Well, I'm not saying your relationship with Abby and your relationship with Grimes is in any way jeopardized. Other people at the mental hospital feel the same way I do, Misanthropy. But you need to take your meds. When you think you're meeting Grimes and Abby Martin in public, that's a problem. I don't know. No, she's not paying to look like she's under 30. Dude, I'm sorry, but this woman is not 31 years old. Could you just go ahead and send me another link to the Abby video and I'll play it again for you if you want to look at her tonight? I think she's great too, but I'm not in love with her like you are. Abby Martin. Well, she could be any number of things, so Sadi, but we're not trying to say anything bad about Grimes. We're just saying she doesn't look 31 years old. You can't even hear her voice in the video. It's like completely drowned out. I've heard of auto-tune. This is no-tune. It's a brand new music technique where the orchestra and reverb takes over the entire song and they have no sound whatsoever. I thought that was a really bad video. I'll put it in our lineup tonight. Because we're trying to, at least stay at top of all the modern music. We got Charlie at the Live in Chicago Pitchfork Music Festival. I don't know who she is. She looks like Jeffrey Epstein a little bit, don't you think? You're going to send me a Microsoft refund? Email me at americasthirdparty@gmail.com. I don't really deserve a refund, but thanks for offering. Yeah, that's my email account. I know. Microsoft just doesn't want to donate any money. Well, at least I'm not featuring the artist formerly known as Prince, now known as Dead. Sure. A telephone number? I don't do telephone numbers. Okay, 707 your ATP. That's the telephone number. Please send the video if you want to play it again at Misanthropy. I'm in the new lineup, so you got to send the new video. Well, let's be clear. Yeah. Just trying to help out. Well, Sarah was very successful at getting rid of a lot of things, but she wasn't able to get rid of this clear connection between Prince Andrew, the Royal Lancers, and this guy named Larry Salona, who was the guy who identified Jeffrey Epstein's body to the press. A New York Post reporter named Larry Salona. It turns out that Larry Salona happens to be Royal Lancers spelled differently.
2, 1, boom. Hello, Abby.
We don't do the Joe Rogan Experience. Sorry. No swag, man. You're not allowed to post that here. But this is a very important story. I'm going to flip this into Jeffrey Epstein's categories to follow up with Sarah's effort. It's a story of Jeffrey Epstein, who was busy getting dirt on everyone. He lured old men in to be with children and have open sex. Yeah. I think Epstein was used to lure people in to have sex. I don't know if Prince Andrew was even part of that sting. He just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, taking pictures with Virginia Roberts Giuffre. Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks for your refund. Appreciate it. So that's pretty weird. The story about William Barr's father. Yeah, that's pretty weird too. Donald Barr. Our Attorney General should recuse himself, so I'll flip that in the Epstein category too. Yeah, Sarah's right. I really can't keep all these Epstein videos around. It's getting ridiculous. She's doing the right thing. Here's William Barr claiming he's going to investigate this. He hasn't done diddly squat.
Angry to learn of the MCC's failure to adequately secure this prisoner. We are now learning of serious irregularities at this facility that are deeply concerning and demand a thorough investigation. The FBI and the Office of Inspector General are doing just that. We will get to the bottom of what happened.
And let's not forget how joyous Prince Andrew was when Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died. He was like jubilant. Look at how happy he is. It's almost unbelievable how happy he is. It's like a boy who just got his favorite Christmas present from his mummy. Oh, Mummy, I'm so happy we took care of this problem. I don't have to think about it anymore. Gonorrhea, syphilis, herpes, chlamydia, HIV. How many more are there? Somebody said, name as many STDs as you can. Oh, Mummy, I'm so happy. You're uploading the video? You mean you have to upload it for me to play it? Is this the video that you touch yourself with? Of Abby Martin? That's a little too weird, but thank you for uploading it. No, I'm kidding. And let's not forget, all the women, the girls that Epstein has manipulated are all Aryans. 110 million Americans have STDs now. How do they know that? Are they running around putting swabs in people's genitals? That just seems like an abstract statistic. 110 million people have STDs. I don't believe that. No, it's like how many of you have been swabbed with a long Q-tip in your genital area? I'm going to venture to say none of you. So if they're saying 110 million, that means they're just trying to make you not have sex. That's probably a skewed statistic to eliminate people from having children. But anyway, Aryan girls were manipulated by the Mossad intelligence officer, Jeffrey Epstein. I have to put this in the flip it. Another one bites the dust. Hey, another one down. And then let's not forget the Google Drive of all the Epstein files. I wonder if it'll flip a Google Drive. Hey, it flipped it. Good. I like to flip my drive. Yeah. Herpes. Yeah. Well, herpes is one of those things that most people end up getting one way or another from sucking on lemons. Yeah. Really? So in between sex acts, you rub rubbing alcohol over your junk? I'm sorry, I don't take gift cards from anyone. You're out of here. Busorama.
For wrongful death, claiming that he had...
Tragic details about Jim Carrey. Let's take a look. We'll look at this tonight. Inside Edition, his shamed life, and the details of why he is now painting bad oil paintings.
Infected White with 3 STDs and supplied her with the painkillers that she used to kill herself.
Wow.
Spooky facial expression.
I'll watch that later. Thank you. Hey, this concludes another day of extreme broadcasting by the nonstop broadcaster, me. I don't have herpes, no. But I do know that there are people that get it from, eating like tomato mosaic virus. Avocados have herpes simplex on them. Yeah, if you rub your genitals with avocados, you could get herpes. Don't have sex with avocados. I am going to be taking 3 days off after today. I'll give you a little extra time. Name that STD. I never got herpes. But you can get herpes from rubbing lots of herpes simplex fruit on your genitals. Yeah, the herpes lives in the tobacco mosaic virus. Herpes is actually comprised of an icosahedron structure. The virus itself is considered one of the most impregnable to any type of treatment. I'm not a gift card person. Yes, if you've been French kissing a rabbi, you could get herpes. It's true. Ask your synagogue if it's okay to French kiss your rabbi before doing that. It's an odd fact that herpes lives in tomatoes and tobacco. The tobacco mosaic virus is a herpes simplex type structure. I wish I didn't know so much about virology. If you'd like any information, I can't give you any because I'm not a licensed virologist. Please minimize your use of the N-word. It's so racist. Unless, of course, you're black, then you can use it all the time. How would you know about that, David? I just get back from Italy. I don't know. Something about the way you were talking made me think you just got back from Italy. I know. Really? So you guys are getting anal herpes? How do you tell that difference between that? Let's not talk about this. How do you tell the difference between that and your normal hemorrhoids that you are dealing with? All right. I think we reached the end of the rope here. So we're all waiting for Ghislaine Maxwell's major dump of names. According to Zero Hedge, she's planning on dumping a whole lot of a couple thousand names. Yeah. We don't know if it's going to be a WikiLeaks dump, but she's definitely going to take a big dump on the internet. So we're going to go ahead and bookmark this, see if this is going to be in her file. And I don't know why Prince Andrew was there at the time with Virginia, just posing with her, I guess. I guess she was their house girl or house maiden or something. I'm not in any way alleging that Prince Andrew had anything to do with this young lady. No, other than the fact that he has a name of an organization he works for, Royal Lancers, that happened to be an anagram for Larry Salona, who discovered the bodies of JFK Jr. and Jeffrey Epstein and all these other people, and who doesn't exist at the New York Post. Lots of weird things are just not adding up. You're looking at Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book. Okay. And then this woman also claims Jeffrey Epstein raped her and her daughter or sister. But again, none of these people will face any type of justice. Now that Jeffrey Epstein his death has been faked, he's no longer being prosecuted, and all the cases are being dumped. Just like all these articles I'm reading. Ghislaine Maxwell has been known at the Buckingham Palace for years. She's made trips to the palace's official gate. Here she is seen with Prince Andrew. So she's clearly a high-level operative who is either being protected right now or could flip at any time. So we'll wait and see if the thousands of images are going to be coming out of Ghislaine Maxwell. And one little tidbit here, Bill Gates refuses to reveal why he flew on Lolita Express with Jeffrey Epstein 4 years after Epstein's release from prison, while the billionaire was still chairman of Microsoft. So that goes in the Epstein file. Apparently this file is growing by the day. And the guy died, what, 20 days ago, or 25 days ago, allegedly, and it's still growing. Ghislaine, yes, that's the correct pronunciation, happy hour. It's called Ghislaine. The S and the J are silent. Yeah, and you know, our technology is really getting really bad. Our government right now is polluting so badly in my area. The Navy uses a toxic firefighting foam to put out fires in jets. Oh, you went to Italy? You got hired by IBM? Congrats. Congrats. Go for it, man. Yeah, apparently they're using the same kind of toxic firefighting foam to this day, and they won't develop a new technology to put out the jet fires. And it's costing our area a tremendous amount of water pollution. That's what I'm going through. I'm going to put this in an environment. I'm going to flip it in environment. Okay. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. Hey, you put a zippy file in together, huh? I have requested this file. Are we looking at Abby Martin here? Let's take a look. Flipping the picture. There we go. There's no audio, dude. Yeah, you forgot to add the audio. Sorry. Yeah. And we have another story from Doyle Bramhall and Renee Zellweger's boyfriend. 5 facts that you need to know. Number 1, he doesn't comb his hair. Okay, dude. For sure. His father was a drummer of Jimmy Vaughn and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Here he is with Renee Zellweger, the new Renee Zellweger. Okay. Doyle Bramhall. You notice that you can't tell how high his head is? Let's see how tall he is. Doyle Bramhall II. Okay, strangely enough, there's no height on him. He's 49 years old, but there's no mention of his height. Height unknown and weight not available. That's mysterious, isn't it? The boyfriend of Renee Zellweger does not have a height. Okay. He was previously married to Susanna Melvoin, whose Prince wrote Nothing Compares to You about. Okay. He co-founded the Blue band Archangels. Heroin addiction broke up the band. Oh, he's a heroin addict. Okay, recovering heroin addict. Got it. And Eric Clapton covered 2 of Brownlow's songs on Riding with the King with B.B. King. Well, that's nice. Well, I guess we know everything. They've known each other since she lived in Austin. Okay. I don't know. Why is she so small in that picture? Huh. Wait a second. How come that's really Renee Zellweger in Austin? And that's the real, she's 5'4", and then you look at her right here, and she's staring him almost eye to eye. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Right in our face, everybody. Look at that. The new Renee Zellweger almost eye to eye with this tall guy, who we can't even identify his height, which is strange. And then the old Renee Zellweger from Austin, 5'4", barely a foot smaller than him. There is their proof right there. Thank you very much. Okay, I rest my case. Eye to eye in this picture, the new Renee Zellweger is clearly not the same Renee Zellweger. So we proved a couple things tonight. That Dave Chappelle has been replaced. Renee Zellweger has been replaced. Alex Jones has been replaced. I'm still here. And I'm still fighting for the American people. $500 a month for all U.S. adult citizens who currently are not getting Social Security, and an infrastructure bank that it helps people get jobs. Gives U.S. businesses 2% loans as long as they hire U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. All right, thanks for coming in and appreciate all your input tonight. How are the sonic booms by you? Chemtrails are bad. We don't get a lot of sonic booms. Well, they don't try to run the planes too fast. 700 to 800 miles an hour is about how fast they go. Enough to cause irreparable hearing damage, but not a lot of sonic booms where I live. I think that's pretty accurate. I'm not going to get Meta a job. No. No one's, unless he can work for home designing web pages at Google, you know. Because I plan on socializing Google. They do test flights all the time around me, but I don't talk about it. Yeah, I'm not privy to what they do above me, but what they do is test planes, but they don't push into Mach 1. I guess I'm thankful for that. They're not breaking the sound barrier. Well, I think we showed very clearly that Renee Zellweger is not the same person. Yeah, I think that was very powerful. Okay, I think you have to stop telling Meta-Nemesis what to do. Really, I mean, you don't have to fix him up with a girl. You don't have to find him a job. He just wants your phone number so he can call you and have a friend. Yeah, that's all he's asking for. Yeah. He's just trying to have a friend. He doesn't want you to tell him how to find a girl, or he just wants to talk to somebody, man. You guys get along so well, you could be bros, dude. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to, push your barriers of safety too, because you don't want to have your phone number out there and anyone can get it, and then you feel vulnerable. Misanthropy is very, very private. He's not going to just give his phone number. No, he doesn't want you to help. He doesn't want you to be his wingman. He just wants somebody to talk to. That's what all people want. Okay, I'm going to plug Cool Rock as I go out the door. We do the whole show at Cool Rock. I broadcast the show throughout the evening. The old Renee, yeah, look at her. And the new Renee. Taller, more elegant, Thanks for your Pinterest link. I don't call you at all, Rodney. There's nothing to talk about. Soul Child has a makeup contest. Getting ready for Halloween. Halloween costumes. Okay, we'll play that. Okay, I guess we talked about enough technology. No, we don't allow anybody like that in the room. That person you're referring to is a known liar, guest 485. I've never called you, ever. Never. Somebody's spoofing my number and calling you, dude. It would never be me. Well, Misanthropy, they don't want Abby Martin's audio to be heard. So I'm not sure what's going on with that, but thank you for trying. And signing off, and we're going to show you a little bit about Cool Rock before I leave here.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound.
Hang on. Let me show you the room. This is where I handle the chat. It's my little coolrock.com site, which has everything you'd ever want to have fun while you're watching the show. It's fun and it's free and it's easy. And it's definitely Cool Rock. I don't harvest any information. We don't drop cookies in your computer. It's completely benign and fun and free. Here we is. Cool Rock. In a world.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, the best thing about Cool Rock is the buttons. We've got some cool buttons. This button right up here is a way to access the internet, Web Oasis. And you can go all over the internet, see every aspect of it. There's no limitations. Web Oasis is not affiliated with Cool Rock, but we give you a link to it. And you can play a cool arcade game here. With a drop-down menu on the side, it'll open up everything from driving games to pinball to a zombies game where you can kill zombies. But I'm not going to wait around to kill zombies. You can do that on your own. If it is iBlog. And somebody told me iBlog was running a CoinHive operation. I don't believe that, but whatever. All right. Now, as you go down the site, you be aware that you can move anything on your page that you want. You can access Scissor Fights music here. Scissor Fights music is great. There's a way to record a song online here. There's a song lyric generator here. You can actually create songs like REM or any other group that you want to dial into. Pretty cool, fun song that you can create for like parties or whatnot. Here, this button is what happened when you were born. You type in the date, say you were born in 1990. It goes back in time and tells you what happened in 1990. It's pretty cool. If you don't know what happened when you were born, this will tell you. Up, up, and away. Anyway. In 1990, the world was a different place. There was no Google yet. Or Yahoo, or Scraplet, for that matter. In 1990, the year of your birth, the top-selling movie was Ghost. People buying the popcorn in the cinema lobby had glazing eyes when looking at the poster. See, they even put the poster up from the year you were born. It goes on and on. I don't want to take your time up, but yeah. Anyway, we got a drum machine here. And music you can play interactively with a computer. Yeah. Who said you don't have a friend on the internet? You can play AI. Anyway, we've got lots of things here. We've got very cool VR stuff down here in this Mr. Dubes category. You can be in a three-dimensional plane and interact. If you go to the type button, right next to the type button, there's this other crouton. It's a gateway to 3D heaven, virtual reality in the cloud. Amazing stuff. All these things take you on a three-dimensional tour of various things that they've submitted, all free. And then news from all sides. And then, of course, you can find out about America, Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, any state you want. Click on the state and discover Wyoming. Gets its name from Algonquin word for land of vast plains. Yeah, it tells you all about the states and other things in the states that are fun. Okay, that's it. Yeah, we're running away with it. Yeah, rolling on to the next show. Tomorrow night's canceled, actually. I'll be taking a couple nights off because Sarah and I are having a big event we're going to, and we'll be back up and running. I may do a little remote broadcasting, but I'm not counting on it. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. It's been a pleasure.